Good morning. Mr. Ruffner, can you please sit down, take your seat in the chair? Thank you. It's 9:34, and I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to order. And please ask the clerk to call the roll to establish a quorum and read the Metro Cable statement.
Good morning. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Hume?
Here.
Desmond?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on the Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, May 26th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda and off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak, and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. To make a comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda or off-agenda item. Clerk staff will transfer each caller into the meeting, and you may be on hold for an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may also send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd ask Supervisor Frost to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you, everybody. It's nice to see so many familiar faces, so many friends in the chamber today. We'll be honoring a lot of wonderful members of our community in a few moments here. So the first thing we're going to do is we have quite a full agenda today, and because of that, what we've done, we've changed off-agenda public comment to limit it to 30 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, and if there are still other people who we did not get to for off-agenda public comment, we'll take it at the end of the meeting, at the end of the timed matters, just so we can stay on the agenda and make sure we can run an orderly meeting and have an expectation as to when the presentations come up. So we will start with off-agenda comments, and off-agenda public comments is an opportunity for you to talk for 2 minutes on an item that is specifically not on the agenda. So I will turn that over to our clerk to call for off-agenda public comment.
Okay, so right now we have 5 requests, and we're working on getting that displayed. And the first speaker is Ms. Woolley.
Morning, Supervisors.
Okay, now
Good
you're on.
morning, Supervisors. I want to celebrate this morning with Mental Health Awareness Month. the first thing I want to do is maybe we could have it all year. So I want to just let you know that I've had 35 years in mental health awareness. I've worked with thousands of women in suicide prevention and codependency and helping them to lead healthy and loving lives with setting healthy boundaries and having healthy communication skills. And what I've learned, this is my own personal observation, is that mental health is caused by believing lies. And especially in codependency, the lie is, I'm not enough. I'm not enough. And from that lie that we believe with our whole heart generates shame, and then the codependency, and from codependency, addictions and acting out, and all these other issues. So I just want to celebrate Mental Health Awareness Month, that we need to become aware of a lie. Even if it's 99% true, but 1% a lie, we need to bring that lie to the light. We need to celebrate our mental health by saying, you know, is this all true? Or does someone have an agenda here? Is there a manipulation going on? So I wanted to just say, I have 18 seconds left. I am believing that I am. I'm created by God, and that's my personal image. I am, and that's not a lie. That's the truth. So let's all celebrate our mental health and know that we are worthy and we matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Catherine Sirachi. Did I say that right? I am. Just give me 1 second. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I'm just coming to you off agenda today on issues that are on my heart. I understand that your main function is the budget and getting things through. As a citizen that is a tax-paying citizen, and you're kind of in charge of where my money goes, as well as every citizen in the county. And the agendas sometimes that you all support and give money to are totally against the survival of the people going forward in many ways. The 2030 agenda in particular is about slavery. And I don't know about you, but I'm a bit tired of slavery. I would prefer that you would really look at the things that you support in ways that would protect the people and give us a voice. Because without you, our voice doesn't get heard. And our voice matters. We care about what goes on in our county and the things that we want to see supported. And we don't want to see things that are decreasing our freedom moving forward all the time, and they are. And so I just want you to know that I look at you and I hold you accountable to the job that you took and the oaths that you took. And I ask you to pay attention to the decisions you make, and don't just be the last stop of pushing things through and letting our money be spent in ways against us.
Ms. Sirachi, could you wrap up your comments, please?
Thank you for your time. Just needed you to know that I care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Trish Hewitt, excuse me.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Trish Hewitt. I've been here before. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for giving us that extra day to have the agenda packet to look over. I do appreciate that, although that it tripled, nearly quadrupled in size. So the extra day is really moot at this point. And maybe that's the whole point of why I'm here today, is I really don't understand why 300 pages of agenda are being formulated in one day. It seems to me there's enough regulation in California. The mass exodus is proof of that. I just wish you would really stop being beholden to these federal government agendas and really consider and take at heart the best interests of your county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Rachel Hagan.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Hagan, and I am a member leader for SEIU Local 2015. I'm a provider for my daughter since 2010. I'm here today to ask you in good faith to please give us a raise. The caregivers of Sacramento County needs it. We're doing a vital service for caring for the elderly and the disabled folks. You see, by raising our wage to $20 an hour, you will give many of us the opportunity to build generational wealth, something many of us could never do. Moreover, us providers stay and invest our money locally. The potential wages increase for IHSS providers in Sacramento County show high economic output. In fact, Sacramento County $20 wage floor for IHSS caregivers would generate $82 million in economic output in the county from 2023 to 2025, $190 million in 2026. It would also generate $28 million in labor income in the county in 2023 to 2025, and $64 million in 2026. Please support our local caregivers in the fight for 20. By doing so, you will also be benefiting the local economy overall. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, before we get to our next speaker, so please close the queue. Do we have any callers in the queue?
We do not have any callers at this time, so I'll go ahead and close
Please
that.
close the queue for, thank you, for off agenda.
Okay, next we have Gulam. I wasn't sure how to pronounce your last name.
Good morning, Board. My name is Ghulam Alimi. When I first came to this country, I secured employment as a line lead at Apple, getting paid $20, and overtime was $30 an hour in 2018. By 2022, I was looking for better opportunities and received an offer to work as a technical supervisor at UC Davis. The starting wage was set at $40 an hour. Unfortunately, my wife was hospitalized for 3 months and diagnosed with schizophrenia and needs 24-hour supervision. That is when I turned to IHSS because I couldn't continue to my job as technical supervisor. While we are grateful for IHSS, the California offers, the pay is too low. We currently make $16.50 per hour. This is not enough as rent, utility, gas, prices keep rising, and other expenses. With that, I'm here to ask the board to give providers a living wage. It is time for 20. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then last we have Jason Mallory.
Hello, my name is this mic on?
Yeah.
Hi, how's it going, Rich? Sure. My name is Jason Mallory. I'm a twice-nominated congressional candidate, and I've been a teacher in Sacramento for about a decade, roughly 10,000 students across 100 schools. As of resigning outside of my knowledge during COVID, I haven't returned to that work, though. I'm suffering weaponized government in Sacramento County by members of Sacramento County to include violations of civil rights and violation of free state, as well as other forms of entrapment. It's crime, and I can't call anyone other than Sacramento County Sheriff about it, and they are derelict in duty. I'm asking you to prosecute constitutional dereliction in Sacramento County, and I can provide plenty of evidence of those things with various employees, from unelected bureaucrats to law enforcement to the judiciary of Sacramento County Superior Courts, whom are all in violation of oath and constitutionally derelict. Last time I was here, you said you would follow up after your staff said that they wouldn't be interested. I've spoken to all of your staff again, to include 40-minute conversations with Vanessa. We have not been able to be in communication, so I gave you a paper. If you could write your phone number and email, and you and I could be actually in communication and handle these issues. It's something that's the very first item of business addressed by the new Congress, the weaponization of government. A dozen years ago policied how legislative language of how to adapt a free world economy from primarily human to primarily automated labor and maintain a free world economy with checks and balances in these things. And that's been censored, and I've been oppressed, essentially, and it's been occurring by members of Sacramento County since 2016. Most recently, this has evolved into being falsely arrested in my driveway for
Mr. Mallory,
unlawful
would you
entry and
please wrap up
detainment
your
of my own
comment?
home. Those types of things. It's violations of free state. And I'd like to follow up with you directly, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mallory. My staff has been in contact with you. I have read the correspondence you've sent directly. I think,
Thank you.
as you know, and my staff's explained, we do not directly control sheriff's operations, but we will refer you to our inspector general. So thank you. Thank you.
They
We
say
can't have
they'll
a back and
return
forth during
an email,
off
and they
agenda.
never do.
Thank you. Okay, well, this brings us, so that's the end of off-agenda public comment. Brings us to our consent agenda. Madam Clerk, I know you have some announcements with consent items.
I do. So for your consent matters, items 2 through 60, for item 14, you're adopting an ordinance amending ordinance number 1544 relating to compensation for members of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. You waived reading on this and continued it from April 18th. For item 32, you are adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 6.20 of the Sacramento County Code relating to solid waste management, and you waived reading on this item on May 9th. And then for item 42, you're adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 6.99.445 of the Sacramento County Code to update the collection of Environmental Management Department regulatory fees. You waive reading on this on May 9th. And that concludes my notes for consent.
Okay, thank you. So for our consent items, I already see two supervisors in the queue for either comments or questions about consent items. I'll start with Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question about item 55, the Lower Cosumnes Resource Conservation District.
Sorry, Mr. Hume, this is a big agenda. Can you tell me the name of that again?
It's item 55. It's
Yes.
a resolution appointing directors to the
Thank you.
Lower
just read that for me.
Lower Cosumnes Resource Conservation District. My question is this: there is a vacancy that persists on that board. I have had an individual reach out to me who would like to be appointed to that. I'm just curious as to what that process is. Should I reach out to the members of that board to get their concurrence? Is it an election that's held by that body? Is it an appointment directly from this board? I'm unaware of the process. And this is a RCD that has kind of been flying under the radar, and I'm hoping to get a little more active.
Right. So as I'll address the question. As stated in the board letter, the Public Resources Code, because of the type of district it is, does provide an alternative to an election, but the actual board of directors of that district would have to nominate the person and then request the board of supervisors. So it does have to go through the Cosumnes River Conservation District first.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hume. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask the clerk to put me on record as no on 14.
And I'll note that for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go on record, with all due respect to my colleague from the southern part of the county, to opposing item 34.
Okay. And I'll note the record
Don't take
for item 34.
don't take my zoo.
I'm just checking to see which. Oh, okay, interesting.
I'll read that into the record. For that item, you're acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. It's the approval of a water supply assessment for the new zoo in the city of Elk Grove.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I don't see any other comments from board members. Supervisor Kennedy, was that you the only one? Okay. So we can turn now to public comment for the consent items. Do we have any public comment?
We do have some public comments for in-person. Ms. Woolley, if you could please come down to the podium. Ms. Woolley is speaking for items 14, 32, and 42, and we did note at a prior meeting that it was 2 minutes for the whole balance of the consent.
Yes, that's right. So take them all together. Thank you.
Hey, good morning again. As you know, I am interested in my government, and I'm here to become an advocate with you and a liaison and understand why you do what you do. So I've been watching and downloading the agenda, and I'm noticing that we have about 60 consent calendar items that are like sped up, and we just vote for them and they're over. They're not in the video. The people that are reading with me watch the videos and they don't even have a clue what those 60 items are because you're not reading them in. But my main question today is, why are you waiving reading certain things? This time there's only 3. Why are you waiving those 3 from the readings? You waived them on the first reading and now you're waiving them on the second reading. Can you let me know why you do that and what purpose it serves and how it's helping good governance?
So I'm actually going to look at our county council to respond to just for process purposes what that means for waiving the full reading and what the process is when we do that.
Right. So I believe she's referring to the ordinances that were introduced, and there is a provision in the government code that if the ordinance language is published in the agenda, then the board can go ahead and waive the reading of the full ordinance, which would obviously take quite a bit of time to do so. So that is the reason why, and it's just for the ordinances in this instance.
So they would take more than 2 minutes to read into the record for?
So this is just an opportunity to comment. We won't be going back and forth.
Okay.
But, yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Mr. Chair, if I,
Yes, Supervisor Serna.
if I could, I just want to add that the waiving of reading happens, I think, at almost every single board meeting that we have. It's a fairly perfunctory way of managing our time here in chambers.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. And I forgot to mention, thank you, Madam Clerk, for getting the agenda out earlier on Thursday.
yeah,
Really,
you're
that does make a big difference. And please understand, it's very difficult it's really a juggling act to put these agendas together and schedule the speakers and the presentations. It's very challenging to do it, and I don't see a way where we would be able to do it any earlier before the meeting. But I think that made a big difference getting it out early on Thursday. So we'll continue to do that. And I encourage you to, yes, this was a very large agenda packet this week. That was by and large because there were a lot of very technical kind of land use planning issues. Those generally make up the bulk of the packet. But I think that gives people enough time to get through it and to make contact with all of us, which I think was, one of your objectives that we talked about before. Okay, next public comment.
And that concludes your in-person public comments, and we do not have any callers on the phone, so I'm going to close the public comment now. And just double check really quick, just make sure no one's caught in the process. Yeah, so the phone queue I just closed. We do not have any public comments on the phone.
Okay. Well, then I will bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeing that there's no further public comment on consent, I'll move consent.
Please vote. Okay, that's a unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that Supervisor Frost recorded a no vote on item 14, and Supervisor Kennedy recorded a no vote on item 34. And so now we're on to right on time. Right on time to item 61. This is the presentation of resolution recognizing June 10th, 2023 as Family Health and Fitness Day.
Thank you. Welcome, Liz. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Desmond, members of the board, Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. Before I get into our Family Health and Fitness Day, I'd like to make a brief safety announcement. Life looks good on you, so please don't lose it in the river. We are imploring you to stay off of our waterways this weekend. The flows of the American River are 15,000 CFS, which is about 8 times faster than is normal this time of year. The water temperatures are extremely cold because it's snow melt. In the water temperatures that we are experiencing right now, in less than 10 minutes, you can lose muscle control. So I'm joining you, all of the other public safety agencies in our region, begging you, stay off of our waterways. This includes the Consumas, the American and the Sacramento rivers. Thank you. All right, now let's get into some fun stuff. So the National Recreation and Park Association has a Family Health and Fitness Day every year. It is the second Saturday of June. It's going to be June 10th, 2023. It's a nationwide celebration of the essential roles that parks and recreation play in the lives of everyone. And there are very many measurable benefits to parks and recreation facilities. Obviously, physical activity, cardiovascular, mental health, and money saved. So these are things that we can actually quantify. You are better off when you are able to have the physical activity. You are better off mentally if you're able to enjoy our nature and open spaces. And so today, we are recognizing the fact that we have stakeholder partners that play a key role in providing facilities and programs that positively influence the health of the region and contribute to our department's goal of advancing health equity within regional parks. So we are going to highlight a few of what we like to call partnerships, because we're cute like that, for the community to enjoy. Most of our events are from 9 a.m. to noon, unless otherwise advertised. All right, this is a first that we're doing. It's called Run with the Goats. And this is to really emphasize some of the fire fuel reduction work that we're doing in our park system. So we want to tell everyone about that, but it's just a little kind of run with the goats. We're going to run from one area of the Dry Creek Parkway over a bridge to another area of the Dry Creek Parkway. I think it'll be fun. Again, first time we've ever done it, though, so give us some grace. Who knows what it's going to be like.
Is it true that Supervisor Cerna will be leading the charge of the goats?
I would love that.
Have we warned the goats?
We have not. We've warned the grazers. At Gibson Ranch Regional Park, there's a water lantern festival. Now, this is a commercial event, so there is a charge associated with this event. But if you're interested, I did leave the website up there. There is a $6 per vehicle entry fee as well. At our Cherry Island Golf Course, our partnership with Courseco, they're going to have a lot of family fun, free, bounce houses, face painting, introduction to golf, many more. Again, free event, free parking. And I'd like to pause on this one to say thank you to American River Raft Rentals, because they have recognized the fact that the water levels are so dangerous, and they have voluntarily closed their operation so that people are not renting rafts while the water levels are so high. At the Dry Creek Ranch House, we have the Night of the Revving Dead. It's the Alley Cats Car Club, so it's a car show, music, family fun. It's a free event, but there is a $10 per vehicle parking fee. Sacramento Valley Conservancy, in case you just love to go out and do a lot of work on the parkway. Looking at a few back there. We have a volunteer work day at Camp Pollock. Sacramento Splash will have an open house at their education center, and also will be providing a morning bird walk at Mather Lake. For Mather Lake Bird Walk, there is a $6 vehicle fee. The other events are free. Soilborn Farms has yoga on the farm. There is a fee associated with this event, and you need to pre-register. And they have their farm stand open, so you can grab some nice organic vegetables. The American River Bike Patrol will have some stations along the parkway, just teaching people about the bike trail, bike safety, and everything else. The FEA Nature Center will have a sensational snakes tour, just in case you want to learn more about the critters that are on the parkway. This is a free event. Donations are accepted. There is a vehicle fee. The Cosumnes River Preserve has a free event, and this is a hike along the river there, but there is pre-registration required. That's the end of my presentation. I would like to have everyone join us in our National Health and Family Fitness Day, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Liz. That was great. Very exciting list of events and partnerships. I love that. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, Liz, I just want to say, you got into the parks business, and your staff did, to do things like this, not what you normally have to do. and so I want to thank you. This was the best presentation I've seen in a long time as far as making me feel good. I also did have the pleasure of being at Riverbend Park this weekend with Breathe California, in which we, clean up tobacco products, and so we clean up everything, but also tobacco products primarily. And I have to say that I used to live next door to Riverbend Park when it was Gady Park. I've never seen it in better condition. It's a phenomenal resource that this community, I think, overlooks sometimes. So thank you for what you guys are doing. Please pass on your staff my appreciation.
Thank you for those comments, and I will most certainly pass along that to my staff, who are amazing.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Liz. And that will take us to our next item, item 62, the really fun stuff.
This is the presentation of resolution recognizing the Adult and Aging Commission 5/50 awards.
Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. I love the energy in the room, and may want to take my team on a team bonding event, running with the goats, so stay tuned. So good morning, Michelle Callejas. I'm the Director of Child, Family, and Adult Services, and we are here today to recognize some extraordinary individuals in our community. I wanted to open up, the next agenda item will be about the Older Adult Americans Month proclamation, but this year's theme is called Aging Unbound, and it gives us the opportunity to explore a wide range of aging experiences and to promote the importance of enjoying independence and fulfillment by paving our own paths as we age. So today we're celebrating the contributions of 18 community members who are paving their paths in part by volunteering in our community and supporting our community. So I'm going to just read a couple of the areas where they have volunteered. We're going to do a quick 2-minute video, and then Catherine Koss, our commissioner of our Aging and Adult Commission, will come forward. So just a few of the volunteer areas: delivering Meals on Wheels, supporting and teaching youth, cleaning the American River Parkway,
helping unhoused neighbors, organizing community events, expanding cancer awareness, planting and caring for trees, educating the community and visitors about Sacramento County history, protecting neighbors, expanding art opportunities, cooking and baking events, supporting libraries, organizing food and coat drives, serving veterans, caring for animals, reaching out to isolated community members, making homes safer, and seeing survivors of domestic violence and exploitation. So many of the volunteers we honor here today, may they all be an inspiration to us, and it's not only the volunteers, but all their supporters. So thank you all for being here. So Flo, can we kick it to the video?
Yep. They're controlling that in the back. There you go.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Koss. I'm chair of the Sacramento County Adult and Aging Commission. I hadn't actually seen that video, so sorry if I a little teared up. I was touched. First of all, I just want to thank the commissioners who made all of this possible. We had 3 commissioners, Lee Miller, Don Angelo, and Teresa Abba, who coordinated all of this and worked with fantastic staff here at the county. We are so pleased to honor these amazing Sacramento County residents. As our society gets older, we often focus on the challenges, and today we're celebrating the benefits of longevity. Living longer allows us to use our accrued knowledge and experience over a lifetime and apply the energy that good health has afforded us to make a difference in our community. So I just want to thank all of the honorees for all they do for our community, and thank you for what you do for us. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Koss, and Dr. Koss and Michelle. I'll ask you to maybe join me at the podium in a moment here, and I'll hand out the resolutions to each individual. But just let me say, in general, I'm not going to read every resolution as I hand it out, but one of my it's an honor to be the chair, and one of the duties is to go over all the resolutions, and my staff make sure they all get signed. So I had the opportunity to really read each one of them, and it's inspiring. It's hard not to become teary-eyed when you look at them and think of all you do in the community. Our Sacramento County is so enriched and enhanced by your work and your dedication to our communities. The county is also a member of the age-friendly network of states and communities. And one of the one of the elements of being one of those communities is to have civic participation. It's one of the 8 age-friendly domains that is associated with being a part of that network, and we certainly meet that many-fold because of your work and your participation in the community. And those of you who don't know, I just want to say, Dr. Koss, thank you for your work on the Adult and Aging Commission. I had the privilege of serving on the Adult and Aging Commission myself, and for those of you who don't know, they are all appointed by board members. They're all volunteers dedicated to improving the quality of life for older adults and people with disabilities in our community. So really want to thank our members of the Adult and Aging Commission. And before I take the podium, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, first of all, relative to the last item, getting outside, having a little bit of exercise, being out of doors, spending time with family away from screen time, it's good for your mental health, it's good for your physical health, it raises your endorphins. And I have to say that the same is true for all of the folks that are receiving the resolutions here today. Thank you, one, for finding a purpose, right, that gives you something fun to go and do every day, but also the cost savings for the rest of us and for these organizations and groups for whom you volunteer. It's real. It's not some imaginary number. I mean, you are making things happen, and so I wish you much enjoyment, much health, and much longevity so that you can continue doing something that benefits all of us. So thank you very much for being here.
Okay, so Michelle, maybe you could help me hand these out, and I guess we'll get a photo op.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll call them up one at a time, and
Yes.
we'll start with Dan Adderholt.
There you go.
Thank you. Where do you want us to go? You choreograph it, Flo. Just tell me where to stand. A good chair understands that the clerk really runs the meetings, and I just do what she tells me to do. Next, Mark Baker. Thank you. Mark Harrington. Mark.
I'm not sure everybody's here. So
Okay. So we'll set Mark's aside. Howard Hatch. Howard's here. I'll count. Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's get a photo here. Okay. Don't go anywhere, Howard. We're going to call you back up. Dr. Lichtenstein. Oh, you're accepting on behalf of Dr. Lichtenstein.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Just helping an elder.
Well, she's out volunteering in the community, so, you know. Okay, well, don't go anywhere. We're gonna have you come up front.
If there's family that you're more than welcome to stand here if you want a better picture. As long as you let me.
Now help me with this one. Jayasri Mechaneni. Was that close? No? How do you pronounce your first name? Oh, so it was way off. I was way off, obviously.
I was going to say, what's your...
That's right. Patrick. This is supposed to be an over 50 award here.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not very smart.
I was going to say, what's your secret?
Thank you. Nancy Wu.
District 2 is in the house.
Marilyn Lewis. my very good friend Sharon Ruffner.
My very good friend, Rich Desmond. It's awesome.
Get right here, Sharon. Carol Sterneman. Pictures. Need to get in these pictures with me. Okay, Maggie Rome. Is it Rome? Not here. Maggie's not here. John Segal. Like that. That's perfect.
There we go. And then the one for his wife. Oh, from the
In the
Kiwanis Club, okay?
Please.
Jack.
Oh.
One more right here. You're in demand.
Here, we got to hold this up again.
Thank you.
Jean Marie Wilby. Did I pronounce?
New knees last year. I'm hanging in there. Jean Marie, yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, we got to move over here.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Okay. All right, thank you.
Crecia Davis. Crecia Davis. Carisha, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Wayne Harmer. Wayne Harmer. Wayne. Thank you. We'll get a group photo too at the end of this. Good. That some people don't believe it. David Ishikawa.
I'd just like to say Dave Ishikawa was one of my junior high school teachers, so thank you.
I'll just have to add he was my chief of staff scoutmaster as well.
Ed Stone. Ed here. And last but not least, Teresa Call. So, at the risk of challenging logistics here in front of the dais, I'd invite all of the award recipients to please come down for a group photo. Can we fit everybody in, you think, Flo? Okay. And I invite my colleagues to come down and be part of the photo as well, please. Hopefully we make this work. Oh, yeah, come here. Sorry. Oh, I should have had it. So I think if everybody backs up against the desk up there, right? Tall people in the back.
Okay.
All right. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Just taking a bunch. And I learned something. Breathe in. And then
I think it's fine. We're good.
Take your time. 3 minutes. We're 3 minutes ahead. I built county displays for the state fair. What did I do? I saw your thing and it was. I saw your one with the eagle and the horse.
Jack will put you in the middle, so you turn around and we'll do. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, ready? Yes, we are. 1, 2, 3, and another one. It's fantastic, buddy. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, perfect. How's that? Okay, so good couple. You're very welcome. Thank you so much.
From this direction, because mine had a glare on it. Should no, why your camera didn't do that? Oh, that's okay. So I'm accepting it for my mom. She's out of town. Yeah. Oh no, but what's your secret, girl? Because there's no way.
Photographic free-for-all is awesome. Yes, I mean, God, that was only 2 minutes over schedule. Yeah.
Looks better when it's squeezed in. Oh, this was wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, just after I introduce you. Yeah. Absolutely.
The county's going to start putting in my phone.
All right, let's try to bring this meeting back to order.
Oh, we actually are.
And oh, Michelle, did you have some closing comments?
No, I'm just ready for the next.
Oh, you're for the next item. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to thank you and Catherine. Thank you so much. That is it really is a wonderful thing to recognize all those people here, and I just I think it was very appropriate that we recognize everybody. So appreciate it. Okay, then we'll move on to item 63.
Yeah, item 63 is the presentation of resolution recognizing Older Americans Month.
All right, Michelle Callejas, I think still your Director of Child, Family, and Adult Services. And I am going to just turn this right over to Dr. Koss and to say a few words.
Thank you. Hello again. I'm Catherine Koss, Chair of the Adult and Aging Commission, as I said. And you can be relieved I'm not going to spend my time reciting the statistics of how our older adults population is growing. I decided to take my minute to just do a shout out and appreciation for the county staff in senior and adult services. They have been fantastic in working with the commission on the age-friendly initiative, on this award, on everything else that the commission is trying to do. We could not have a more supportive and knowledgeable and committed group of people to work with. So a special thanks to you, Michelle, for your leadership, to Melissa Jacobs, to Ruth McKenzie, and Heidi Richardson in particular. They're not getting paid enough, by the way. They're an amazing team, and it's been a pleasure to work with them and to continue to work with them and with all of you as we move forward with the age-friendly initiatives and the other projects that we're working on. And together, we can make Sacramento County a wonderful place to live, to learn, to work, and to volunteer for people of all ages and abilities. So thank you for your time and your commitment.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere, Dr. Koss. I'm going to come down.
Okay. You can tell I really love being up here. Yeah.
Well, it's appropriate that the chair recognize this particular resolution, I think.
Yeah.
Not sure how to take that, but no.
Because of your commitment.
No, but thank you. I'm not going to read this, but and I apologize for my being too casual and not recognizing you as Dr. Koss, but I already mentioned how much we appreciate the work you do to chair the Adult and Aging Commission and how invaluable that commission is to our community in enriching and fighting for and advocating for older adults and people with disabilities in the community. So I just thank you so much, and on behalf of the board, present this resolution proclaiming May as Older Americans Month, and I will take Flo's direction where to stand for the presentation. And Michelle, come stand with us. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd see me.
Oh.
Here, do you want to come?
On the other side.
Okay. Okay.
All right. No, you hold
I
this.
will.
I will.
Yeah.
Hey, come on, Flo.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Great to see you again.
We are right on time.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we are now at item 64. This is County Service Area Number 1, Zone Number 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Siemens Mobility.
It's a little bit anticlimactic, but thank you for being here, Joe.
Nobody has to get up for this one. Good morning, members of the board. Joe Grassick. And scene. Joe Grassick with County Engineering here to present this item, and we also have DOT staff available for any questions that may come up. So the Siemens Mobility Project consists of 3 parcels at 7356, 7372, and 7382 French Road, approximately 1,900 feet south of Florin Road in the South Sacramento community. The current project, as it was conditionally approved and entitled, consists of a general plan amendment, a zoning ordinance amendment, a community plan amendment, and a rezone of all 3 parcels to allow for future anticipated growth of the existing Siemens Mobility facility on adjacent parcels. During the entitlement process, the project was conditioned to provide full funding for street and safety light maintenance, for the site, which is provided by County Service Area Number 1 and unincorporated Sacramento County. As a result, the project proponent submitted an application to initiate the benefit category change process. In response to this request, a ballot and notice were mailed to the property owner on April 7th. Currently, the 3 parcels are in the safety light only and residential street and safety light benefit categories, Two parcels are currently assessed $2.56 annually, with the third assessed $17.88 annually. The proposed change is to the enhanced street and safety light non-residential benefit category. Based on current rates, the service charge for this fiscal year will be $485.94 per year for the combined 525 feet of property frontage on French Road, assessed proportionally for each of the 3 lots based on their frontage. If there are no questions from the board, we recommend that the board open the public hearing, consider any written and oral testimony and objections and protests, close the public hearing, and then direct the clerk to tabulate the returned protest ballot, after which I would read fill-ins for the record for the resolution.
Thank you, Joe. Before we proceed with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, and hoping that the envelope goes well, I just want to thank staff. This has been kind of complicated in cobbling all of this together, but it's incredibly important for Sacramento, for South Sacramento in particular. One of the largest employers in South Sacramento is Siemens. They've been a great partner with our community, including they're working on the modernization of regional transit's light rail cars, and more than that, they're actually building cars, various different rail cars for across the country. They do it quietly in South Sacramento, but are making a huge impact on our climate, our economy, and they've been a good neighbor. So thank you very much to staff for seeing this happen.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I don't see any other supervisors queued up. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not, and I'm going to close the public comments.
Okay, then we will open the public hearing
and close it.
and close the public hearing.
And you're directing me to do the ballot.
Yes, I am. Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so this is County Service Area Number 1 benefit category change. The legal owner is Siemens or Siemens Mobility Incorporated. The parcel numbers on this are 06500300004, 06500300018, and 06500300023. The site address is 7356, 7372, 7382 French Road in Sacramento, California, and they are in favor. And that's it. I only have one ballot.
Okay, thank you. So obviously there's no majority protest. So I would entertain a motion. I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
The results.
I know we're in a hurry. So for the record, I'll read in fill-ins for the resolution. In Section 2, at the close of the hearing, the board had received 0 written protests. In Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board had received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the charge 100% was in favor of the change of benefit category, and 0% was in opposition.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Now I'll turn it over to my board members for a motion.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. All right, we are a couple minutes ahead of schedule here, it looks like.
So we have
You want to go to our nominations?
nominations, item number 75. If you don't mind.
Yes, please.
Thank you. For your nominations today, you are continuing to June 13th, the Assessment Appeals Board, Children's Coalition, North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council. You are continuing to July 11th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, Galt Arno Cemetery District, Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Sylvan Cemetery District. And then for your matters today, our first one is the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Frost?
Please nominate David Huber.
Okay, would you like to continue the remainder to July 11th?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you. Art and Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Desmond?
Please continue to July 11th.
Okay. Area 4 Agency on Aging Advisory Council,
Chiefs recommend continuing to July 11th.
Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council,
Please nominate Inez Reyes and continue the remainder for District 3 to July 11th.
July 11th, okay. And then Mr. Hume?
D5 continues to July 11th, please.
Got it.
And same with the next one for the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, continue to July 11th.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you.
And Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna?
I'd like to reappoint Deborah Baines and continue the remainder to July 11th.
Thank you. Public Health Advisory Board,
Chiefs recommend continuing to June 13th.
Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board,
Chiefs recommend continuing to July 11th.
and Sacramento Environmental Commission,
Chiefs recommend continuing to July 11th.
and then Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. I'll start with Mr. Kennedy. We are continuing to July 11th.
Correct, thank you.
You're welcome. And then Mr. Hume.
Continue to June 13th.
Thank you. That concludes your nominations, and we are right on time for item 65, which is the Greater Sacramento Economic Council presentation.
Okay, and before we start, Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that I have to leave for a medical procedure. I hope to be back this afternoon. I don't know. It depends on how things go. You know, this is about as much time as I can spend with Barry Broom anyway, so.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
If Barry had feelings, he'd be offended right now.
Yeah. I'll watch the reruns.
Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Hang on one second.
Good morning.
Just one second, ma'am. I'm going to ask Metro Cable if they could get the PowerPoint presentation up for item 65. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Just one second. Make sure you're... This is for the Greater Sacramento Economic Council presentation.
And while we're waiting to get the PowerPoint up, again, thank you for being here. We had I was able to sit in on one of your board meetings for our county exec not long ago, and it just occurred to me we hadn't heard from GSEC directly at this board, so I just figured it'd be a good opportunity to have you come and present to us some of the latest and greatest things that GSEC is doing, and get a chance for us to either comment or ask questions, and just appreciate you being here today.
Absolutely. We're happy to be here today.
Just give it a few seconds. They're working on it right now.
Patrick Kennedy's back there working on it.
Cue the Muzak here. We're usually not on schedule right now, Barry. I want you to know that. That's why they're surprised back there.
They're working on it right now.
Should we take a short recess?
I think that would be
Okay.
good, please.
Well, we're going to recess here at 10:48, and we'll come back in 10 minutes.
No.
5 minutes?
Yes.
5 minutes, in case anybody needs a quick break. Okay, we will reconvene, and I'll ask our clerk to please call the roll to establish quorum.
Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Cerna?
Here.
Frost? Here. Hume?
Here.
Desmond?
Here.
And you have a quorum. Let the record reflect that Mr. Kennedy had to leave, and he left the room around 10:46. So item 65 is the Greater Sacramento Economic Council presentation. We'll bring that right up.
Good morning. I almost said afternoon. I thought it was We're on the border there. My name is Wendy Cohen. Thank you so much for having us here today. I'm the president and CEO of Kitchell Corporation and a board member for the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. GSEC, very good, sorry. GSEC is a public-private partnership of over 40 CEOs in 21 communities with the mission of driving economic growth throughout the 6-county Sacramento region. We bring CEOs and public leaders together to create one economic strategy for the entire region with an emphasis on elevating Greater Sacramento's global competitiveness. Through collaboration and cohesion, communities have greater influence and more regional wins benefiting each community. As you can see on this slide, the impact GSEC has had in this region is significant. Over 26,000 jobs, 99 companies, and $9.3 billion in economic impact in only 7 years. And these numbers continue to grow. This impact can be felt right here in Sacramento County with 60 companies locating or expanding into the county, with GSEC support generating $68 in tax revenue for every $1 invested in GSEC by the county. What we do at GSEC would not be possible without regional leaders like yourselves, both public and private, working together. Thank you for having us here today and for supporting GSEC. I'll now turn it over to Barry Broom, President and CEO of GSEC.
Thank you, Wendy. Good morning, Barry.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Do I operate this or someone else operate that? Could be all over now. Oh, we're going like this. Clickers and guys my age don't work. Okay, great. So
Flo's happy to give you a primer quickly on that if you'd like.
Yeah, if the password on my phone is something other than my first name, 1, 2, 3, 4, I just get another phone. You know, phones now must be thrown away. Well, thank you for having me. So I think you get streams of data, and we got a lot of traction. Aggie Square has gone pretty well. So a big part of what we're trying to accomplish, the simplicity of it is how do you move the economy away from the government, right? We were 1/3 dependent upon government. We've moved that needle quite a bit. How do you get to where our reliance on government jobs is reasonably on par with a Columbus or an Indianapolis? We're the most government-dependent economy in the U.S. by over 100,000 jobs, which you can look at downtown Sacramento and find out what happens when you have a one-dimensional business relationship, right? We have a remote working decision, and bam, your downtown's gone. And then your ability to reposition your downtown doesn't have a lot of pop when your entire economy is based upon government. So the movement away from government allows us to pull people out of poverty, allows us to drive inclusion, right? It allows us to increase equity in the economy, because the government's not a great equity partner because you got to have a graduate degree to work here. And so, how do you move the economy to a modern industry model? Aggie Square's Cell Therapeutics, the California Mobility Center, which Supervisor Cerna was instrumental in inspiring. How do you become a leader in electric vehicles, connected vehicles, autonomous vehicles, hydrogen vehicles? How do you become experts on battery technology, engine technology? And then obviously that is going to be the biggest economic transformation of our lifetime. It might even exceed computers in its economic impact. It's going to be that big. So So we talk about I wanted to talk a little bit about the Mobility Center because it's been lagging, and some of that has been COVID, and some of that has been the tuition bills that we just pay as a community when we do new things. We don't like to pivot off of our culture very easily in our old styles, and when you're doing something like building an enterprise, it's a very different culture than what we're used to. But Sac State's got about $25 million into the Mobility Center, which is land and infrastructure. It's a CEQA-approved project. It's officially approved by the Cal State system to build on the campus. SMUD's put in about $15 million. And then we've derived a lot of grants. The problem is it's I always use this as the analogy of like your airport. Like you don't get the ease into the airport. You made the big move. You built a great airport. Now it's a world-class airport. And I was talking with the county executive about this. Just a little one-day story that you put $1.3 billion into the airport. Think about that. That was just like a little blip that went out there, you know. And you got a great airport director, and you've had 3 airport directors. And if you look at the airport, it's to me, it's kind of the symbol of what we need to be doing as a community. We need to be building airports, you know, things that are really high-end, high-valued, significant risks, but we pull them off, and it changes the entire economy. I mean, this entire economy has been dramatically changed and improved by the performance of the airport. And so it will if you become the leader in the production of STEM professionals in the field of mobility. That will be a big move, and it'll change our entire economy, change who we are. So, you know, we're a vehicle state. You know, we're now the #1 exporter of cars in America. Electric vehicle exports is our #1 industry. We have a 1% adoption nationally and about a 10% adoption in California. And the California Air Resource Board just announced they're pulling the plug on diesel. I mean, what an incredible revolution that's at our forefront that Sacramento can lead. And one of the mistakes that you make as a community is you follow these new industries. Once they set their footing up, they don't move around very well. So where this new industry settles is going to be where they're going to be the next 30 years, and those decisions are being made right now. And the beauty of it being made right now is the achievement of Bosch. So Bosch in Roseville is Bosch's global automotive division. They're going to be making electric engines and chips for electric vehicles there. So that's Bosch Automotive. That's in Roseville, $1.52 billion project, phase 1. We have an autonomous division of a very high-profile company locating in Folsom that will announce this summer. You know, we've had the Solidigm announcement, which included their headquarters. So, you know, I always talk about Solidigm with my board. You know, the way we got Solidigm's headquarters, you know, we won that 2,000 job R&D center, and the way we got Solidigm's headquarters is we asked for it. We literally didn't do anything other than ask for it over and over again, and they finally pulled it from Santa Clara and brought it up to Rancho Cordova. So this is what this looks like. If you heard about our trip in Aachen University, this is the prototype of what we're looking to develop. And this is what's all been approved, infrastructure land from Sacramento State. But if you look at the story of Austin, it's really the story of Semitech, you know, which in the late 80s, it built a project like this for the semiconductor industry. It produced 60,000 engineers for Austin. And as the semiconductor industry commoditized and went offshore, the engineers stayed in Austin, moved to computers, moved to software, and built the story we know as Austin. The top nanoscientists in the world are coming out of the State University in New York system in Albany, New York, which is a school that's not really more competitive than Sacramento State. So the idea that we can become a world leader in this and become an early adopter is really important. So this is what this looks like in Albany, New York. Have you been to Albany, New York? It's not as impressive as Sacramento. High tax, highly regulated market, smaller town than us. The SUNY school's not as big as us. Now, this has been going on since 1990, but what you're seeing there is a $5.3 billion capital investment at SUNY's campus at Albany. And imagine if we were able to do something like that in 10 years or 15 years at Sacramento State, how profound that would be for our economy. So that's really the vision. You know, how do we become, other than learning how to do a clicker, how do we become, you know, this cutting edge leader on the economy instead of chasing it and chasing it and chasing it? And as it goes downstream, it gets more expensive, right? You start competing on cost, and we don't do well on cost in California because of our tax and regulatory philosophy. So this is our big business partner on this is PemMotion. So Aachen University in Germany is very much like Stanford. And PemMotion is like the Stanford Research Institute. So they've been doing most of their work in Silicon Valley, and it's been getting shipped back and forth between Aachen University and Silicon Valley. And a big part of us 5-6 years ago bringing PEM to Sacramento to help us do this project was, you know, you're already working with a lot of Silicon Valley customers. What would happen if you were 60 miles away or 70 miles away? So you know, obviously, when we talk about changing the economy, if it's a tradable sector, you're going to get a lot bigger bang for the bat. You're also going to get a better shot at inclusion. So this is going to be, we're going to build products here and sell them around the world. This is Bosch's global location. The autonomous vehicle that we'll announce this summer in Folsom will be their global location. And this is really how you move the needle. So what I love about the Mobility Center is, how do you address climate change, which is an increasing challenge, and then yet, the incumbent industries that are dependent upon carbon are constantly pushing back on the narrative around climate change. But what if climate change was actually key to catalyzing the economy? And you could catalyze the economy, address climate change, and build equity in the neighborhoods at the same time. Very doable, and that's really the goal of the Mobility Center. So I could have talked endlessly about all the wonderful things that we do, but this has kind of been dragging. The California Air Resource Board has officially announced this, has endorsed this. CalSTART is working on this with us. The Fuel Cell Group in West Sacramento is talking about folding into this. So, we did it backwards, quite honestly, which sometimes you do. We were out in front of it probably further than we should have. And so, we got to manage some expectations because people are asking me how many people are at the Mobility Center. I have to tell them it doesn't exist. But I also tell them, we don't want to create like a World Food Center type concept here, right? We want to get this done. And the money's there to do it. The bonding's there to do it. So Mayor Villaraigosa from Los Angeles has endorsed this. He will be recommending it to Governor Newsom. Which is pretty exciting. And, he's going to be advising the governor on a $50 billion fund. The California Air Resource Board is actively supporting it in the state for money. Angelique Ashby is trying to get $100 million for it. And it's an important project, and we're going to need everybody's help to pull it off. So we'll leave with that sort of semi-update plus plea, undirected, without any real ask, but kind of an open-mindedness in the future. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Barry. We'll start with Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Barry. It's good to see you. And I'm glad that the gist of your presentation this morning really has focused on the Mobility Center and given us a pretty good update on what's going on there. And for my colleagues' benefit, I did have an opportunity to travel with Barry and a contingent of local leaders, including SMUD and City Council member Eric Guerra, who is now the Sacramento area's CARB representative, to Aachen, Germany, and see for ourselves what is in the realm of the possible for the greater Sacramento area. So I'm glad to hear that while there may be some hiccups along the way, that we haven't lost the momentum and intention to bring to fruition something that could be uniquely special to not just Sacramento in terms of the Mobility Center, but the state of California in terms of continuing to be a leader in the EV sector. So I just wanted to express my thanks, and please do lean on us, continue to lean on us to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Yeah, the Mobility Center, it's very exciting, and I appreciate you really highlighting that. And Aggie Square, just amazing things going on. I really like your focus on how do we pivot our regional economy away from a government-centric one. Something I want to ask you about. Well, let me ask you this: what do you envision anything in the agricultural sector that GSEC is working on? Because I think we have obviously some very unique and wonderful opportunities here in that sector.
Yeah, what's really fascinating, is the kind of food to health model. And it's funny, how long it takes you to pick up stuff, even though you've been doing it for 35 years. I had these poor guys over at UC Davis trying to teach me food to health. And it must have been why I was a C student, you know what I mean? Like, every time they were done, I was like, you mean like, ag biotech? They're like, no, like food, so it was, I'm sure they got frustrated. But I see kind of these alternative food products as a huge opportunity for us. And we've been shortlisted for some pretty powerful deals, like 2,000 jobs, $350 million CapEx. In fact, Capitol Commons, which You know, we need to figure out how to get the developer more motivated over there. Capitol Commons is like a gold mine right now, but I think the developer's looking at it like it's a gold mine that'll get golder, if you know what I mean. So he doesn't seem too willing to show up and do a deal with us. But I think this food to health model is really where it's going to really take off. You know, the vertical farms don't seem like they're taking off. You know, we've got you know, some great momentum on the R&D side. We continue to land R&D companies paying around $90,000, $100,000. But I think the scale, you know, 128,000 is a lot of jobs. You know, next 15 years, I mean, we're going to have to get half of them in mobility, you know, which will be doable, and then the other half from all the other places. Like, you know, we're trying to categorize, like maybe in the life science space, we can do 25,000, 50,000 with mobility. That leaves us, you know, basically, you know, 50,000 short on our job goals. Like, where are we going to get those? So the food and ag position we're world class in. Getting that to scale is the question. And I think on the agricultural science side, I think we've kind of peaked at 35,000 jobs. So how do we get that to 50? And we see that more as a food to health model.
Okay. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. You know, for me, you know, the district I represent, it's about 90% unincorporated, and more than a third of Sacramento County's population is in these unincorporated communities, most of which are built out, and most of which have always been, you know, bedroom communities for our government-centric county. And I'm curious, do you have any, you know, I was thinking about that map that Wendy flashed here, and you know, my constituents see that map and they cringe because it doesn't include very large communities. Like Arden Arcade is over 100,000 people, for instance. And communities with a very strong sense of identity, like Foothill Farms and North Highlands and Fair Oaks and South Sac area. And so does GSEC have any specific, I guess, strategies, or have you thought much about these unincorporated communities? How do you really leverage opportunities there, activate opportunities in some of these communities, especially along, you know, we have a lot of discussions here on this board, and I'm looking at Mr. DeFonte about really uplifting some of these older commercial corridors where there's a lot of empty space, a lot of opportunities. I'm just curious, Barry, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, you know, so I'm working with Sacramentans Without Displacement. I think that's what they're called, Gabby Trejo's group. And, you know, it's fascinating, right? I mean, if you're my age doing this, this is the most, I feel like an anthropologist sometimes. You know, this is like fascinating what's going on here. Like, we sat down and talked about, why did you sue Aggie Square? Because all the Stockton Boulevard businesses are going to get an injection of momentum and energy, you know. And I think the challenge on these urban settings, like South Sac, you know, we've been talking to them like, well, do you want us to put investments in South Sac or do you not? And you kind of got to give us, you know, some view on that, because just kind of touching on that, I think people in underserved neighborhoods have just as much right as Davis does in not wanting development, right? You know, so I didn't want them to feel like I was there to roll them over, but I was kind of like, hey, you know, we're trying to put $1.4 billion to elevate your entire underperforming corridors. Why is that something you don't feel good about? And it's kind of the one, we don't feel heard. Two, we don't feel like we'll participate, you know. And I think the challenge is going to be to make sure they participate and to convince them that our goal is to get them to participate
and show them how they're going to benefit. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, because it's
Yeah, and I think this is kind of my reoccurring theme as the Oakland A's go to Las Vegas for a less dynamic deal than we gave the Kings. And I couldn't get anybody to work on that thing with me because everybody thought Las Vegas was going to open up the Wynn Casino and give them the money. It's not really how it works anymore, right? I mean, Las Vegas had their shirt ripped off on the Raiders deal, and they're $200 million apart on a bond in Las Vegas. So if the A's go to Las Vegas, it's probably going to be for a $200 million bond on a $1.5 billion stadium. We have a $225 million bond on a $750 million arena, and their ancillary development's 3 or 4 times DOCO. So, you know, we kind of got to, and I don't know how to do it, you know, to be honest with you, so I'll need help, any advice you have. We kind of got to get greater confidence in ourselves that the people in these neighborhoods are just as good as anybody in the other neighborhoods if we give them the chance and give them the opportunity. And it also gets into, you know, I congratulate Ann and Howard on hiring Ms. Hernandez, who runs SETA now, who is a baller. You know, we got to go into these underserved and untapped communities and expect people to become six-figure professionals so that they can participate on these things. And we got to build training modules into them too. So we think about it a lot. And I think, and if you look at the California Mobility Center, I mean, it's in Guerra and Supervisor Cerna's district and Angelique Ashby's district, and it's on Sac State's campus. 75% of the kids at Sac State are underserved.
Right.
There it is. You're parking.
It's on the edge of my district, too.
Yeah, you're parking a rocket ship right next to those kids, and all they got to do. And they'll get excited about that. You know, you're trying to get folks out of, you know, I have a long career doing this. You're trying to get people out of underserved backgrounds and you're giving them jobs at the convention center. No thanks. You know, but if they actually thought they could become a technician at Tesla, that'd be pretty cool, you know. And I think a lot of it is our ability to introduce economic ladders into all those communities and have people believe they can climb them and then provide a service to them that makes it viable for them when they do climb it. But we think about it all the time because, you know, you got 3.4% unemployment, you know, unprecedented job growth, and everybody's unhappy. Well, why are they unhappy if everyone's got a job? It's the inequality of the economy and the unsustainability of the economy that they're feeling, and that's why they're unhappy. And then after a while, which is becoming pervasive across the country, I'm not benefiting from this economy. Now I'm not participating in it, and now I'm not supporting it, but now I'm even opposing it because I'm sick of everybody else getting something I don't get. Right. And we have to solve that problem, or we're going to continue to be messy at best politically in the community standpoint.
And I appreciate you bringing that up. I read there was a quote from Ashley Swearingen, the former mayor of Fresno, and she talked about some project in Fresno, some big employer coming in, and she said, but the important thing for us to focus on is how do people in the underprivileged communities, black and brown communities, how do they find out about these jobs? How do they find out about these opportunities? How do we connect them with them? And that's a lot of the constituents in my district and several of the other districts would unincorporate these unincorporated pockets. And I just don't want that to get lost. You know, the importance of connecting people to these great jobs, these great opportunities that GSEC is helping attract, you know, to Sacramento County. A few other comments, but I'll turn to Supervisor Kim.
Sure, and I appreciate this take on the conversation, but I want to reiterate something you've said, I think, from day one, Barry, and you recognized it by where you've spent a lot of your time. And we certainly saw the proof in the pudding when the pandemic hit and people were untethered from the Bay Area. They headed to the foothills. Mm-hmm. Some of them beyond the snow line, and they kind of recognized the error of their ways, and so that was the high water mark, and they came back down to a little lower ground. But, you know, obviously your goal in trying to provide these jobs is to keep the employers in California, and that's stopping them on this side of the Sierra Nevadas and on this side of the Grapevine. And so whatever we can do to help make the Sacramento region kind of a donut hole of reason and predictability within the California landscape, I think we all stand here as a partner to help you do that.
County's doing a nice job. I mean, Troy's a good, steady, smart person. Your new hire is dynamic. I didn't know, is he in the audience?
Troy and Crystal are both in the audience.
Getting his shoes shined, and I didn't even know he was here.
Now he's not going to be able to leave because his head's, you know.
But, you know, we just did a nice deal in Rancho, a few hundred biochemists, you know, and, you know, they got a good experience and they got a little bit of a benefit from the county. You know, we don't have to, you know, we don't have to compete with Texas. We just have to be the place where people know, hey, I'm going to get my stuff approved. We're going to move this thing along. You're going to get treated like a customer. And I know you're working on your building deliverables, which is really smart. Like Metro Air Park, we're a finalist for another world-class automotive company's engine technology going to Metro Air Park. You can walk in and go, hey, from touch to finish, I'm going to get you in a building in 15 months. Where can you get that in California? And you know what? You can't get it in that as many places as you think in the United States. So we, from touch, can get you to 15 months at Metro Air Park, get you SMUD power, you know, get you $1 million training grant, and not have you wring your hands on the construction schedule. We're going to do really well with that. I mean, we're going to do well with that model. And if we can get this California Mobility Center built, and I'm producing the best engineers. I tell you, one of the best lines I've heard in my entire career was when Michael Crow, the president of Arizona State, and I were trying to build Arizona State up. Arizona was run by all libertarians, so they weren't even sure they should have a university system. So if you think California is a little off the edge, it's like, no, really, we need universities, I swear. That's the truth. There would be resolutions introduced like disband Arizona State. But he would sit down with the Arizona policymakers, and he would say, how different would your economy be if I were Stanford? And that's all you got to need to know what these higher education institutions can do for you. And now I'm like, how different would it be if Sac State was Cal Poly? Just if UC Davis, and I tell you, who knows if they'll ever promote themselves enough to do it. UC Davis, to me, is one of the 5 most compelling universities in the United States right now. And I include MIT, Harvard, and Stanford on that list. And if we get Sac State wrapped around this mobility center and we start getting a Cal Poly caliber engineering school out of that, I mean, you got basically the top 5 science university in the United States, and maybe the #1 Cal State school in California. That's 70,000 students and $7 billion a year in revenue, pumping strategic value. That's the greatest things that Robert Nelson and Gary May did. And Gary May's, I'm on the search committee. He's hiring a chief economic officer at UC Davis, and it's a direct report to the chancellor. I mean, think about where UC Davis was 6-7 years ago. I mean, you go over there, they tell you they were Berkeley. They'd want to know why you're in their office. You're not from San Francisco. What are you doing here? It's true. And now you've got all their research being done in the center of Sacramento County. Now we pull up this mobility center, and we're partnered with the hydrogen play and Carbon CalStart. I mean, we're going to be a real powerful economy, one that's clean and one that's equitable. And, we were 84 out of 100 in inclusion in 2015. We're 5th in the United States now. But our prosperity data has only gone.
How do you measure that? How's that measured?
It's a Brookings Institute Metro indicator. So, somebody didn't get all C's.
Beyond the scope of this
exactly
presentation
right.
today.
I think you need to talk to one of our interns from Sac State to get the scoop on that. Well, we refer all really difficult questions to people who are 21 with digital skills. That's our new motto.
Well, I appreciate you talking about our Office of Economic Development and some of the changes we've made at the county under Ann's leadership and certainly Dave DeFonte, because I think we are really creating conditions where unincorporated Sacramento County can be a much more attractive place to do business for large, medium, small employers. And so one thing I would just ask is to not lose sight of some of these unincorporated communities and some of the potential there. Because I know it's easy to focus on the cities, and you have stronger advocacy in the cities because you have a city council advocating alongside a supervisor. But I would just encourage you or plead with you not to look past some of these opportunities. And I know you already have a great relationship with our county staff, and I would hope that some of these efforts that they're making along with SACOG and other partners, we can really find some great opportunities to lift up some of these unincorporated communities.
Yeah, so one of the things, Mr. Chairman, we're talking about doing is a new strategic plan. So that kind of input can get put in a plan. And we found when we're very intentional, we do really well. The other thing that really is something we need to put on a higher level is Aerojet. I mean, 6,000 acres of fully improved land with, substations, doesn't grow on trees. And, we can't let those guys mothball that, and that's a little bit of what's kind of happening. And they peel off a little bit of land to do some industrial to keep Rancho happy, or they do a little bit of this to keep Folsom happy. We've talked with both members of Congress going, we need to put pressure on Aerojet, really to part with the 6,000 acres, and probably raise the question about the environmental position of the other 6,000 acres, because, we don't want to go to sleep and wake up in 20 years with a Flint problem. And I'm not suggesting that's going on there, but these big old industrial sites that operated for 35 years without EPA oversight, they got some crazy, I'm from Ohio and Michigan, so, I've seen some crazy stuff come out of the ground on those pre-1968 manufacturing sites. So we got to be a little attentive to that. That's both an opportunity and a subtle threat that we got to pay attention to.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a very good point. And I would also ask you to, we're focusing a lot of attention on the North Watt corridor, which is kind of the confluence of Supervisor Cerna's district, District 3, my district, and Supervisor Frost's district, really looking to do some, I think, catalyst project up in that area. So, another thing to keep in mind for you. The last thing I want to say, just Barry, is I know the board retreat that GSEC has every year, I'd like to see if you could make a commitment to looking at the schedule and make sure the county can participate and attend, because I know it occurs during our budget week, which makes it very difficult for any of us certainly to get there, or top county staff. So I would ask for us to maybe coordinate that starting next year, so we could have more county participation. Yeah. And then please, Supervisor said, and Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Hume said, lean on the county. Help us identify where we can be helping you and getting more involved in GSEC's efforts to support you. I know Supervisor Cerna is obviously heavily involved with the Mobility Center, but I just want to throw out that invitation to you from my perspective as well. So
maybe that'll be part of our plan, because there's a lot more we could be doing. I mean, one thing we didn't talk about is the growth factory, Mark Haney's accelerator, CalPERS.
What is that?
It's an accelerator that Mark developed about 2 years ago. We've kind of been backing it. Our board have been the limited partners in the fund. So it's kind of like the Y Combinator. It's a virtual accelerator. It's operating in El Dorado Hills, Rancho, Roseville, kind of like a GSEC accelerator. Okay. Because there's a different kind of skill set to manage a 5-person technology startup, but it's super impressive. And I think we could be doing, I'm a little, I won't bring up Measure U with Daryl, but, that was a frustration, because I spent 10 years doing neighborhood economic development. So I know I look like a polished corporate mouthpiece today. But believe it or not, I was driving around in a pickup truck in the neighborhoods my first 10 years, hanging out.
I can't picture that.
Yeah, it was cool. And so I really, my heart is still in neighborhood economic development.
Okay.
And the ability to, sustain and qualify and create value for these neighborhoods and make sure that they're, sustainable and successful in the future. So, I would love to do more of that work as well.
Great. Appreciate that. Okay. Do we have any, I don't see any supervisors queued up. Any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay. Well, thank you both for being here. This was very helpful to me. I hope it was, helpful to my colleagues up here on the dais, and look forward to having some more of these conversations with you, certainly in conjunction with our county staff and other partners.
Yeah, we appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Thanks, Barry.
Okay, that'll take us to item 66.
Yes, that's the pedestrian wayfinding app pilot.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, I'm Mickey McDaniel. I'm a principal planner at the Department of Transportation. I'm joined by Ron Vicari, our Director of Transportation, and Matthew Darrow, Chief of Planning and Programs. Today, we're here to present the Sacramento County Pedestrian Wayfinding Mobile Application Pilot. The idea for this technology pilot was born from our DOT Shark Tank, which is an idea incubator started by our director recently. At DOT, we are also celebrating Older Americans Month in that this pilot mainly benefits seniors and people with disabilities. Today, we're going to introduce the concept of the pilot and seek your feedback, but we will not be seeking action from the board today. Last year, as the Active Transportation Plan was wrapping up, we heard comment from our Disability Advisory Commission pointing out the need for wayfinding for pedestrians. The problem with Google Maps is it routes you along the center line. So if you're driving, that's great, but if you're walking on the sidewalk, it is not so great. The chair of our Disability Advisory Commission said that he wanted to be able to plan his route to his destination via the most accessible path, which is not something that Google Maps can currently do. We met with the Age-Friendly Communities Committee, and they reiterated this sentiment. They said that an often heard complaint from their in-home care providers is that they don't know whether the route to their destination for their clients is accessible. With this navigation challenge in mind, we looked at the Transportation Research Board to see if there was any scholarship at this intersection between accessibility and wayfinding. And we discuss these ideas at our DOT Shark Tank. The first idea to come out of Shark Tank is the pedestrian wayfinding app. Staff found that there are 2 early-stage mobile applications that can be combined together to become Sacramento County's pedestrian wayfinding app. They are early stage, they have been tested, but they have not been widely deployed. This would be the nation's first pilot at community scale. So using the app, you can get real-time directions for walking and rolling, customized to the individual's mobility needs along the sidewalk network. So if you're a wheelchair user, you can get advanced information on the presence of sidewalk, the location of curb ramps, tripping hazards, and major obstructions. As you approach an intersection, you'll be able to extend pedestrian minimum green time. Now, if you've ever taken a walk with a grandparent, you know that not everyone walks or rolls at the same rate. Imagine that you are in the middle of you're in the middle of a crosswalk and the light turns red for you and you can't walk or roll any faster. It's very stressful. So this feature allows you to cross safely, gives you the time that you need, regardless of your ability. The app also has a crowdsourcing feature. Users can report temporary obstacles such as major obstructions and let other users know as well as to that obstruction. And finally, the app integrates with general transit feed specification, meaning that you can navigate yourself to the nearest bus stop, know when your bus is coming, jump on and get off and continue navigating yourself in the app. The people who primarily benefit from this app are seniors and people with disabilities. In Sacramento County, 12.3% of people of any age have at least one disability. For people who are 65 to 74 years old, about a quarter of people have a disability. And as you get older, 75 years or older, about half of all people have a disability. With better, more reliable wayfinding information, pedestrians will be able to reach their destination safely while gaining exercise. And through the crowdsourcing feature, other users will be alerted to obstructions on the sidewalk as well as DOT staff. So our staff can go out and remove those obstructions at a greater rate. In developing the idea of the pilot, we spoke to our Age-Friendly Communities Committee, our Disability Advisory Commission, our Aging and Adults Commission, and Resources for Independent Living. These groups had a lot of insight for us as well as questions, and they really helped us to develop the idea of the pilot. In February 2021, as the chair noted earlier, the county joined the nationwide network of age-friendly communities and under the leadership of Director Callejas. They performed listening sessions and surveys to identify the needs of older adults. And the Age-Friendly Communities Committee has provided input and it has really helped shape the idea of the pilot. Should we gain support from the board today and also obtain grant funding, we will launch a second phase of public engagement, which will include utility flyers and radio ads to make sure that we're reaching people who are not super online. We will organize pre- and post-pilot focus groups with people with disabilities and seniors. We will teach people how to use the app in the field and gain feedback before and after the app is deployed. Any sort of training will include an orientation mobility specialist to work with people who are visually impaired. And for seniors, we will distribute low-cost smartphones, distribute information on how to obtain a low-cost smartphone before the app is deployed. Our intention is to deploy throughout unincorporated county, but if we need to start with a phased approach, we'll start with our 4 environmental justice communities, West Arden, North Highlands, North Vineyard, and South Sacramento. We will also be looking at where there are concentrations of seniors and people with disabilities to see if there are areas that we need to add. And we will also consider the federal definition of disadvantaged communities, because sometimes those definitions are broader than our local definitions, and we want to include as much of the county as we can. We've been looking at several grant funding opportunities to fund the pilot. We're in the process of applying to federal appropriations through our congressional representatives, USDOT RAISE, Safe Streets and Roads for All, and Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation, the SMART program. On the left here in the slide, we have a summary of costs. The pilot will cost about $1 million on the high end, and $750,000 will go to developing the app and technology evaluation. $250,000 will go to installation and maintenance of infrastructure, user evaluation study, and outreach. DOT will be requesting $800,000 and will also provide a local match of $200,000, which is a requirement of most federal programs, and that match will be funded from Measure A. This is an example schedule based on federal appropriations. So should we be given approval through that program, we would get word in February of next year, and we hope to be on the ground running in May of 2024. App development takes a year, and towards the end of that year, we'll take that last 2 months to install infrastructure. We'll follow up with technology evaluation to make sure everything's running correctly and smoothly, and that will start in July 2025. Concurrent with app development, we'll start outreach. So there will be about half of a year where we will be distributing information on how to obtain a low-cost smartphone and organizing the focus groups. And then the remaining 2 years of outreach will run concurrent with the app being deployed. Our big milestone is in Walktober 2025, where we accept the technology and launch to app stores. At the end of 2 years of the app being deployed, we will end in July 2027 with an evaluation study.
Thank you, Mickey. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you leave this slide, Mickey, can you explain what infrastructure would need to be installed? Because I note the duration you list is only 2 months, and those are some fairly broad parts of Sacramento County that were, I presume, you're going to have some signage or maybe QR code type accessibility, or maybe you can enlighten us what that really means.
Sure. So mainly the information that we are feeding into the app actually comes from all of the GIS from our ADA transition plan. When I'm talking about installing infrastructure, I'm only talking about the feature that allows you to extend pedestrian minimum green time. So we would be installing ultra wideband beacons, which it's about this big. It's about the size of an Alexa, but smaller. It would go on top of poles, and so there would be 4 at each intersection that we would try to have this feature. And then there is an adapter that would go in the signal controller cabinet. And right now we're looking at around 7 intersections would have this feature.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Actually, I think I'm at the end anyway. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mickey. I don't see any other supervisors with questions. Supervisor Hume.
Not a question. I just wanted to say what a great pilot program this is, and I really appreciate particularly the real-time, much like our driving apps do, where it's going to update and it's going to tell you avoid this area, go this other route, and I think that'll be very helpful for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to say the same thing. I think this is really very exciting, and want to thank you for your work, everyone that worked on it. I think this will be wonderful for the community.
Thank you.
And likewise, I'll just pile on. I think this is great. Obviously, it is an important part of our active transportation plan. It dovetails with our recent designation as a blue zone, community. I think, when I saw that the slide mentioning infrastructure, I was thinking more, the huge infrastructure needs we have in terms of mobility. And we're trying to address some of these, but I imagine this app is really going to highlight a lot of those gaps everywhere in the county. And so I'm hoping this will help inform or help us leverage more funding, whether that's through more complete streets projects, safe routes to schools, CDBG funding, for all these different funding sources and programs to close some of these gaps and make us much more friendly in terms of mobility. Because I'm looking up at our DOT director there. Certainly, in my district, I know everybody's in the unincorporated areas. I mean, it's a challenge everywhere, and we're always prioritizing. I'm just curious, what are some of the other good ideas that came out of your Shark Tank competition? Nothing ready to be highlighted for prime time yet. Okay, I'll follow up with you on that, Ron, directly. Yeah. Okay. Any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay. I think you got good positive feedback from the board. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, and thanks staff for all your work on this. Okay, move on to item 67.
And that would be the approval of the Mental Health Services Act fiscal year 2023-24 annual update to the 3-year program and expenditure plan, and approval of an appropriation adjustment request in the amount of $1.1 million.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Quist.
Good morning. Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health Director. I have a PowerPoint. Thank you. All right, well, it's that time of year again. Every year we're required to come before you with our MHSA annual update and give a presentation and have you approve our plans. So that's what we're going to do today. So to start off, just make sure we're all remembering the background. Mental Health Services Act is basically a millionaire's tax. Everyone who makes more than $1 million a year has a 1% tax on their personal income, and those funds are required to go to mental health services. General standards and values that are built into MHSA are wellness and recovery and our resilience, our focus on resilience. We focus on cultural competence. We have a value around client-driven behavioral health systems, so we really put a lot of weight into what the people we serve value in terms of our services. We also have an emphasis on what our families would like to see in our services. We want our services to be integrated, and we really value our community collaboration around developing our plan. So this action will approve our fiscal year 23-24 annual update, as well as transfer $1.1 million whenever we do MHSA funding. You see it twice. You see it once when we pull it out of our unspent funds, and then you see it a second time when we budget it towards the activities that it will be used to fund. So highlight of what we're accomplishing with MHSA. There are 5 components that MHSA is split up into. The first one is community services and supports component. Under our general system development programs, we serve 21,000 individuals within our community. And under our full service partnership program, we serve 2,500 individuals. And our full service partnership programs see some really great outcomes. We see homeless occurrences decrease. We see homeless days decrease. ER visits are decreased. We see a reduction in our psychiatric hospitalizations, both in terms of how many times people are hospitalized, as well as the number of days that they are hospitalized for. We see decreases in the number of arrests, incarcerations, and the number of days of incarceration. We're continuing to work on improving our employment rate for those who we're serving that have employment as a goal. 31% of them were working during the fiscal year. So we really see a lot of great outcomes with our full service partnership programs. The second component is prevention and early intervention. This one is broader type of campaigns. Our PEI suicide prevention program serves 73,000 individuals, and we outreach to over 220,000 individuals. Our Strengthening Families program serves 3,500 folks, and provide training to over 64,000 students, educators, parents, and other stakeholders. Our health and wellness programs have served 800 individuals and outreach to almost 200. And our mental health promotion program reached thousands of Sacramento County residents through our multimedia outreach. Our next component is our workforce education and training component. This one is exactly what it sounds like. We work on developing our workforce. We do that in a number of different ways by providing training such as mental health first aid. We do that through some collaborations with a couple high schools. We train psychiatric residents and fellows. We also develop our consumer and peer networks through these initiatives. Fourth component is our technological needs component, and this one really focuses on our electronic health record and supports the federal objectives around meaningful use to improve our clients' care. And then the last component, which is somewhat one of the most difficult components to manage, because we have to get approval both from our local stakeholders, from you as the board, as well as from the State Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. We currently have 4 component projects that are in the process of either implementing or implemented. These are those projects. We have our urgent care clinic, we have our behavioral health crisis services collaborative, our multi-county full-service partnership project, as well as our community justice support program. And each of them are in different stages of implementation and a different stage of their funding cycle. And so we've provided here on the slide information on where they are in that funding cycle. One of our major focuses here in Sacramento County has been in our supporting our unhoused neighbors, and we have made increasing investments over the years to support individuals who are either experiencing homelessness or at risk of experiencing homelessness. And these investments include both the housing themselves, the housing itself, or I should say, flexible housing supports, as well as the actual services for individuals who are taking advantage of our housing units. And you can see over the years, again, we put a little table up there so you could see over the years how we've increased our investments in that area. We currently have 265 units dedicated to MHSA consumers. Where they're living, and we have a number of other projects in the works, which will bring on board an additional 470 additional units, which will be forthcoming. Each of those different projects are in different phases of their process as well.
Ryan, can I ask you a question on that last slide? And it's great. I mean, we're bringing on more units, more capacity. What is the need? Do you have a sense of how many more we need to bring online to support?
I don't know. That's a hard one.
A lot. No.
In particular for our behavioral health folks, our behavioral health folks, permanent supportive housing, like traditional permanent supportive housing, isn't always the best fit for them. They often need additional support. So we also do things around boarding cares and things like that. This is really looking at the number of the actual permanent supportive housing units that we're working on.
And I think the two, yes, Siobhan.
Yes, Supervisor Desmond, I wanted to just answer that the local homeless assistance plan that we've created is working on a gaps analysis to really determine the number of units at each of these levels that we need. So we will be, I know it's bigger than the behavioral health division, but we will be coming back with a larger report about gaps.
Okay, great, thank you. And I think the two permanent supportive housing projects we just approved, the Project Home Key, they have beds set aside, MHSA beds in each of those, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so for this year, here's our process. So to let you know that we checked all of our boxes and followed the required process. We posted our draft plan on March 6th for a 30-day public review and comment. Our mental health board conducted a public hearing at the close of that public comment period on April 5th. Based on the public hearing and comments that we received, staff went back and updated the annual update in order to address those comments and include the input and note any changes that were made. And here we are, here in May, having you all now take a look at our annual update, and we submit it for your approval. Just to do some quick notes that we're hearing from our providers in terms of their challenges around implementation of our various MHSA funded programs. We do continue to see some after effects of COVID. In terms of resulting in the needs for our behavioral health services, we also continue to see our providers continue to implement the services and some of the strategies that we developed during the pandemic around our telehealth services. When we talk to those who are providing our services as well as those who are receiving our services, what we hear our top three challenges are: one is lack of affordable housing continues to be a challenge and a barrier identified, again, by both the clients and the service providers. That's something we continue to see a challenge. We are experiencing the biggest behavioral health workforce crisis that I've ever seen, and that, of course, has an impact on our service providers' ability to meet the volume of need that they have. We are all working as hard as we can in order to make sure that we're addressing the needs, but this continues to be a factor that creates challenges for our system. And then finally, culturally responsive services. It's really important. We know that behavioral health services are most effective when they're delivered by individuals who have a similar cultural background to those who are receiving the services, and that's not always it's not always perfectly matched. And so we continue to work not only in developing our workforce in general, but also work on developing culturally diverse workforce, as well as the skills needed by our workforce in order to serve the extremely culturally diverse populations here in Sacramento County. And I think that's my last slide. Oops, one more. Yeah, so basically this action will allow us to continue with our MHSA funding and programming.
Thank you, Ryan. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. How much flexibility do we have with respect to spending these dollars in innovative or creative ways versus directly on programs? And one of the things that I'll throw out there just as an example relative to those barriers that you just cited for implementing, could we offer scholarships for certificate programs or recruitment efforts or other ways of trying to bring more people into the system from that? Because I know that the workforce is a challenge. We're obviously competing with the private sector. It's an area of work that people think sounds like a good career, but maybe they don't know how to get into it. I mean, are we able to maybe use some of these dollars in order to augment efforts that might be underway to try and backfill some of that workforce shortage?
Yes, and that is part of our workforce education and training program. To give you an example of one of the initiatives that we're working on right now is our loan repayment program, where we partnered, I'm forgetting what HCI stands for. Anybody remember HCI? It's a state agency that's responsible for the workforce type initiatives. And they had some funding that was available that counties could take advantage of for doing things like loan repayment programs if we put up a small match. And so we did that as a part of our funding. And I'm forgetting the numbers, but it was quite successful program in terms of the number of people that applied for those loan repayments and the number of loan repayments we were able to award. We have a little bit more money left out of that we're planning on taking advantage of this coming fiscal year. That's an example of the type of initiatives that we've done.
Great. And, obviously I don't think that money necessarily solves the third item on your list, but I would think to the extent we can offer scholarships or do recruitment efforts or training offsets or loan repayments, as you mentioned, and then even in the housing space, to the extent we can subsidize some housing and even for the workers, maybe. I mean, who knows? Whatever we got to do to close that gap, but if we can be creative of ways to apply this funding, that sure would be helpful.
And that's something behavioral health directors across the state are all brainstorming around and trying to come up with various initiatives. We are hoping, as a part of the governor's budget, for some additional workforce funds to be approved as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Good questions. One of my daughters is finishing her master's in social work, and I'm trying to get her interested in coming back to Sacramento County, where we have such a huge need. So appreciate the discussion about how we can attract people into the profession. So I don't see any other comments from supervisors. Any public comment?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay.
Move the item.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Thank you, Dr. Quist. Thank you for all the work you do, you and your staff.
And thank you for your support.
Okay, item 68 is the authority to execute a regional partnership agreement in the amount of $3,475,000 for the term beginning on July 1 through June 30th, 2025, between the County of Sacramento and the cities of Citrus Heights, Elk Grove, Folsom, Galt, Rancho Cordova, and Sacramento to meet the SB 1383 edible food recovery regulatory requirements.
Okay, thank you. Morning, Dr. Kay.
It's still morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Dr. Olivia Casirier, Public Health Officer for Sacramento County, and I'm here to talk about the Edible Food Recovery Regulation, or SB 1383. I'd like to start off by actually acknowledging our partners in this. The Department of Waste Management and Recycling actually did a lot of preliminary work in getting us to this point. So I want to acknowledge them, and Wendy Nelson and Kelly Sequist are here to answer questions that I'm not able to answer. And the other partner we have is Environmental Management Department. They work real closely with us, and they're working with us on this project. And we do have Janelle Monasterio and Rolando Villarreal in the audience as well to answer questions if any do come up. So one of the goals of this regulation is to address food insecurity. And definition of food insecurity is if you have a household that at times is unable to acquire food for one or more household members because they do not have sufficient money or resources to obtain the food. This is, of course, distinguished from hunger, which is more of a physical sensation for an individual, and it could be temporary, or it could also be a result of food insecurity. According to the Feeding America report, about 12% of the Sacramento County residents experience food insecurity, and I think this is actually on the lower end because probably there is an undercount of people that are unhoused, so it's probably much higher than this. And being a regional issue affecting all of the cities and the county, we felt that this was a good way of us being able to work together with the cities to address and implement this program. The other goal of this regulation is to reduce the impact of climate change. This pyramid shows the food recovery hierarchy, and as you can see, the least preferred or desirable is when the excess food or surplus food ends up in the landfill. And so feeding hungry people is one of the more desirable or preferred ways of being able to deal with food recovery. So Senate Bill 1383 was chartered in 2016 and establishes a statewide goal to recover at least 20% of surplus food by 2025 and to use this for human consumption. And it will require large commercial edible food generators to be able to donate this food. With this program, the county and the cities as listed here have certain requirements. One of those is educating commercial edible food generators about the requirements of this regulation. The jurisdictions also have to develop a plan to increase edible food recovery capacity. And also, we need to monitor compliance and also submit reports to CalRecycle. There are two types of, or two tiers of generators, edible food generators. Tier one is mainly grocery stores and supermarkets. The food in this tier one category is mainly shelf stable and easier to store and transport. As far as increasing capacity, what we would be looking for is actually being able to help increase storage capacity and transportation, and working mainly with food banks on being able to increase their capacity. The Tier 2 includes restaurants and other large facilities serving food, such as hospitals and other agencies, as well as including schools as well. This is mainly prepared food, so a much shorter shelf life and more difficult to store and transport. So I think this is where we're seeing more of our challenge in being able to increase our capacity. In 2021, the county and cities formed the Edible Food Recovery Working Group, and they contracted with R3 Consulting to conduct a capacity assessment, and the report is included in your attachment 2 and attachment 3. And as you can see from these bullet points, about 1.25 million pounds of edible food is projected to be disposed of from Tier 1 generators. With the current capacity or existing capacity, about 50% is recoverable. So we are going to be working with the food bank in being able to increase that capacity, mainly by increasing their ability to transport and store. For Tier 2, the proposal is to use fee-for-service food recovery services, and there are some that we have had conversation with, but definitely we'll have to work out a process for how that occurs and how we are able to make a match between these services as well as the generators of the excess food, and then also a match with people that can use that food. And so this is just a schematic of the what we're planning to do in forming the Edible Food Recovery Working Group, which includes representation from the county and the city. Each of the jurisdictions will contribute a certain amount of funds, and those funds will be managed by a consultant. We are in the process of putting out an RFP to get that consultant, and that consultant, the work of that consultant will be overseen by this working group, and that consultant will oversee the activities and including the overseeing the program for capacity building. So this shows you the implementation schedule. and or the timeline for rolling out this program. And so the request that we have today is for approval to enter into a formal agreement to form the partnership with the cities to oversee the contractor and also oversee the activities of the program in capacity building. And as I mentioned again, DHS, DWMR, EMD, and code enforcement will be working together to ensure compliance with regulations and to report to carrier cycle for the county. This shows you the funding allocations. So DHS will develop a process for being able to collect this money and also for identifying the consultant who will be overseeing the funds, as well as disbursing them to community agencies that will be able to collect the food as well as distribute it. Lastly, I wanted to mention, I think this is my last slide, yes. I wanted to mention that we are aware that there's been a lot of interest both in the community as well as from the Board of Supervisors about food insecurity. And so we wanted to point out that we believe that this program will be part of the broader strategy along with the anticipated food action plan, which I'm sure at some point will come before you from the Food Policy Council. And so with that, I'll take questions or see if there's anything addition that anyone would like to add.
Thank you, Dr. Kay. I'll start with Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Doctor. Can you speak to perhaps what might be some of the more unique circumstances in terms of the implementation of the legislation here? And I'm thinking like specifically our airport, our international airport, where we have a number of restaurants in Terminal A, Terminal B. Who would be the regulated party in the instance of trying to fulfill the mission of this bill?
So environmental management actually does most of our regulation part, and because they already actually do inspections in these restaurants. And so the initial part will definitely be to provide education about the implementation of this program. And then also as we develop the capacity building program and also identify additional partners within the community that can collect that food and distribute it. Part of what DHS will be doing will actually be helping with that coordination along with the consultant that we get. So, Janae, I don't know if you have anything to add to.
Good morning, Rolando Villarreal. I'm with the EMD. I'm one of the program managers there. Essentially, what we're going to be doing is providing that education and outreach to the airport as we are there, on an annual basis, conducting their inspections. So that part of it will be a significant part of this rollout and implementation.
But in terms of I appreciate that, but in terms of the practical implementation, acquiring the foods, whether it's the tier 1 or the tier 2 types, that'll be coordinated directly with the restaurants at the airport, or will the airport, like the airport system, play some kind of middleman?
So there will be coordination between the restaurant and specifically the restaurants in the airport is run by one entity, so we'll establish that communication, and along with also the consultant that will be bringing online.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize, Dr. Kay. I have several questions, and they're kind of all over the place, but I'll begin by saying I certainly appreciate the intent of this program, taking food that would have otherwise gone to waste and putting it into the hands of people who need it and wouldn't have had access to it is a good thing. But I will also say that I was very relieved when I dug into the staff report and realized that the 3 $1.475 million is not borne entirely by the county, that this is not just an agreement between agencies, it's a cost share agreement as well. However, that's a little north of $500,000 the first year and a little north of $600,000 the second year for the county alone. That money, were this not mandated by state legislation, that money would have been put to other purposes. Is that correct? Or are we going to increase what we charge our commercial haulers and their franchise fees in order to make up for that difference?
The county portion is coming from a DWMR, and I believe it's fees that they already collect, so it's not an additional. And then for the cities, many of them already did have programs, individual programs for food recovery. So this is basically putting all the money together so that we're able to have a coordinated effort across the county.
And so the first thing then that's important to point out there is that this is not in any way borne by the residents of Sacramento County to fund this program. It's other than the fact that they may see some of their goods and services go up because it's potential that the commercial haulers might have to raise their fees to cover for this program?
We do not anticipate an increase, and I'm looking at Ann and Siobhan to see if there's anything additional.
Looks like Dave DeFonte.
Yeah, Dave DeFonte. My understanding is we're not contemplating any fee increases, that this is revenue that we already have available for this use. To your earlier point, but for this, that fee revenue could be put to other uses. But we do think this is a good use for those funds that we do currently have in our coffers.
And do we anticipate that there would be an obverse learning curve relative to this program? In other words, that the expense to get people on board to meet that 20% threshold ought to go down over subsequent years, and we might be able to repurpose this funding back towards something else?
Yeah, that is my understanding. So I had a lot of conversations with Keith Goodrich about this. He has committed to funding at the levels you see in the staff report for the first 2 years, with the understanding that that need will dissipate over time.
Okay. And then relative to, on one of the slides, you had the, sort of the baseline estimation of where we are today at 2.5 million pounds for Tier 1 and about 750,000 pounds for Tier 2. How did we determine those numbers?
That was determined through the study that was done by R3 Consulting. So basically, they actually went and did a study with each of the edible food generators to find out how much food they were producing and how much of that was basically going to waste.
Okay, and so now here's where I'm really going to get in the weeds on this program a little bit. If we have that as an accepted baseline, that this is our starting point, and we're expected to make sure that 20% of that food is recovered or diverted instead of going to waste, is there credit either in the Tier 1 or Tier 2 producers if they reduce the amount of food that is determined to be no longer saleable? In other words, during the drought, obviously, we saw restaurants where water was available upon request, and so they reduced their water usage. If these producers reduce the amount of food that they put out, either through portion size or through packaging or whatever, and therefore they are reducing voluntarily the amount that would have gone to the waste stream, but it's not being diverted to a food bank or another receiver, does that still qualify towards that 20% reduction threshold?
The 20% is calculated on what would have otherwise gone to waste. So if they're reducing the amount that would have otherwise gone to waste, then it wouldn't be counted.
Great. So it's not necessarily a true diversion. Right. It's just as long as the end product going out is 20% based off of our threshold, or our baseline, rather.
Correct, yes.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comments at this time.
Ms. Woolley raised her hand.
I don't have her signed up to speak. Were you making a comment? Okay. So we don't have any public.
Supervisor Frost has a comment. Dr. Kasiri.
Hi, Dr. Kasiri. I'm just wondering if the food distribution programs will that be competitive, or I'm imagining there might be a lot of different types of food distribution that would want to participate?
The capacity grants will be competitive, and so we will be working very closely with the consultant in developing that program to determine what the criteria will be for the program. And definitely we will be looking at health equity and looking at communities that are underserved to make sure that we're able to provide food in those areas.
There's some communities like North Highlands, they're trying to stand up their food bank, and they just don't have the same resources that some of the others have. So I'm not quite sure how it works, but I'm hoping somehow we can find a way to shore up their efforts in North Highlands. But I think this is really exciting.
And absolutely, that's one of the reasons for being able to get money that we're able to put towards this, because there is a realization that we do have to increase the capacity. And as you've mentioned, for places that might be under-resourced, they may not be in a position to be able to collect the food. So being able to provide them with the funds to increase their ability to transport or store the food, and then also be able to distribute it.
So there might be a possibility for grants that would help cover the cost of a location for a food bank.
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, great.
As you can see, this is a partnership, so you're getting answers from all the partners.
Hi, Kelly Sequest, Department of Waste Management and Recycling. Yes, I would offer that so long as it's increasing capacity, which is the goal of this regional partnership, funds, capacity grant funds could be utilized towards that.
Can we talk offline about that? Sure. Thank you. Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kasiri.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you asking to make public comment? I don't see anybody from the. I'll allow it. Come on down here. I don't know if we had anybody back there from the clerk's office to accept a slip for in-person public comment.
I can take.
Madam Clerk. Okay.
I can fill it out for her.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. So my question was we're having more of the food entering into this program, and that's really exciting. I was wondering, is there a list? Is it only going to food banks, or is there another distribution center? And how can we use this food to help the homeless? And I was just wondering what the plan is for the distribution. I'm hearing how we're bringing more into, but I didn't see in the background information where this is going to be going. So that's what I was interested in. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll ask Dr. K. I mean, did you want to respond to that? I mean, this is public comment, but.
Sure. We're still establishing the program. So right now, we're mainly working with the food banks, but definitely part of the plan is to be able to draw in additional agencies that will be able to help us with the food distribution. And once we have that all worked out, we can definitely provide that. And of course, the goal would be to provide that information to the public so that for those that need the food, that they would be able to access it. And the Homeless Initiative will be a part of our planning as well, because that is part of the group that has food insecurity.
Great. Thank you. And obviously, supervisors are interested in making sure and working with the communities to address the needs that are out there, specifically, North Highlands. So, okay. No public comment. Then I would look to, I would entertain a motion. Okay, we have a motion to approve, and I'll second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Okay, and so we will recess from our morning session and reconvene and do closed session, I believe, second floor. Okay, morning session is adjourned. Okay, good afternoon. It's 2:03, and I'll call this afternoon meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to order, and I'll ask our clerk to call the roll to establish a quorum.
Good afternoon, Supervisors Cerna,
Here.
Frost, Hume,
Here,
and Desmond.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And we'll start with item 69. Very excited to receive this annual presentation from our County Youth Commission.
So this is the annual presentation from the Sacramento County Youth Commission.
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond, board members, and County Executive Ann Edwards and Executive Leadership Team. My name is Rochelle Rolanca, and I am the advisor to the Youth Commission. The Youth Commission is bringing forth their annual report and will be giving the board an update on activities related to the environment, distracted driving, mental health, and environmental care. I would like to introduce the executive members who are with us today: Bianca Brown, our Commissioner Chair, and Kaylee Huang, our Commission Vice Chair. I'll turn it over to Chairperson Brown, who would like to say a few opening words and introduce the other commissioners.
Thank you. Welcome, Bianca.
Good afternoon. The Sacramento County Youth Commission is excited to update the board on the latest accomplishments and future ambitions of the commission. The Board of Supervisors' continued support is vital to all of our work, and we want to thank you for your role in our success. My name is Bianca Brown, and I am the chair of the Youth Commission as well as the social media chair. Two of our most active seniors on the commission include Vice Chair Kaylee Huang and Secretary Braden Medlin. As a result of their dedication in serving the youth of Sacramento County, they have risen to leadership positions within the commission. While it is difficult to see them go, I am proud that they are continuing their academic pursuits and civic engagement at UC Berkeley and the University of Arizona. Presenters here today include Celine Chin, Joyce Lin, Jolie Dang, Diana Haas, and Abhi Kara. Other members include Allison Flowers, Sanai Koram, and Mithri Shankara.
The Sacramento County Youth Commission is a 15-member advisory board of Sacramento's youth. There are 3 commissioners from each of our 5 supervisorial districts, with each serving 3-year terms. The commission was established as a leadership panel, which gives a voice to Sacramento's youth and advocating on their behalf, as well as notifying the Board of Supervisors of youth-related activities and concerns.
Our Commission's top priority this year is promoting the Youth Commission and connecting on an even larger scale with our community. Thus, one of our related goals is collaborating with other Sacramento County commissions and nonprofits. This year, we have filled the Youth Commission's appointments to the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, which has allowed us to connect with many other active organizations within the county. Also, an ad hoc has been created to produce pamphlets, gear, and informational materials for the Youth Commission. With these materials, the Youth Commission will be able to appear at even more community events. As of now, the Commission has already been invited to host booths at many local youth-related events, such as the air shows in the fall. Lastly, in this modern world, social media outreach remains important, and our online impact is consistently growing. As a result of prioritizing outreach, we have recognized greater community engagement and a sharp increase in the number of commissioners and consistency of meeting attendance. Moreover, we have formed new, strong connections with school districts throughout the region, nonprofits such as Weave, and local news stations. With these tools, the Commission expects for our impact on the community to continue to grow, and all commissioners are looking forward to what we will accomplish in the future. Within our Commission's general aim, advocating on behalf of youths, our 4 subcommittees narrow in on the most impactful issues relating to teens. This year, we decided to maintain the subcommittees from 2022, which were the voter pre-registration, distracted driving, mental health, and environmental care subcommittees, since they remain extremely relevant today. Voter pre-registration. This subcommittee was founded because young adults aged 18 to 21 are historically underrepresented in elections. Despite recent jumps in engagement from young adults in the past election, consistent voter pre-registration is necessary for consistent turnout at the polls from young adults. Young people are the future of our nation, and thus it is critical to encourage young people to be civically engaged and participate in elections. Voter education is essential, and exposing our youth to pre-registration and polling resources is necessary to ensure that young voices are heard. This year, within the Voter Pre-Registration Subcommittee, we continued our tradition of collaborating with local school districts to pass consecutive resolutions formally recognizing high school voter education weeks. At the school board meeting, we helped to present the resolution as well as gave a speech in support. In addition to passing a resolution, our subcommittee members distributed information in the form of flyers, posters, and more to school districts. Along with communicating with school districts, we interacted directly with students through the sharing of educational videos and posts on social media. Moreover, the aforementioned increased presence at local events has introduced us to Sacramento area voter education groups, allowing us to create relationships with other organizations with a similar focus, voter education.
This subcommittee's current projects include encouraging even more school districts to recognize high school voter education weeks in the following spring and fall. And tying back to our commission's self-promotion, the subcommittee is organizing many in-person events with our promotional materials. These activities include setting up informational booths near polling sites, as well as appearing at youth educational events. Our commission has made significant progress this year, and with the help of local voter education groups, promotional materials, and of course the Board of Supervisors, all members feel confident that we can interact with an even greater amount of youth this next year.
There we go. Hello, I'm the co-chair of the Distracted Driving Subcommittee. The Distracted Driving Committee, consisting of co-chairs Shankara and Abhikara, me, alongside Commissioner Jolie Dang and Joyce Lynn, is dedicated to researching and educating youth behind the effects of distracted driving. As the generation living alongside fully established technology as an inseparable part of day-to-day life, ignorance is the most dangerous thing for youth on the road in terms of the statistics and the actuality behind the harms. Thus, it is important to combat the dangers of distracted driving by encouraging education. After researching and finding statistics for driving and awareness of teens on the road, the subcommittee sought to find the best way to educate teens on the danger of distracted driving. Through the Youth Commission's many social platforms, this subcommittee designed graphics to post for April's PSA campaign, relying on statistics from expert-run studies. Current activities include maintaining persistent advocacy for safe driving habits, with social media posts serving as the main method for delivery. As mentioned before, the promotional materials will allow for our subcommittee to further expand awareness at in-person events throughout Sacramento County. Moreover, communication with California Highway Patrol has provided our subcommittee with relevant statistics and educational materials regarding distracted driving, which the commissioners will apply to future ventures. Lastly, the subcommittee has confirmed that a distracted driving billboard will be reinstated on Highway 99 and should be in effect soon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Celine Chen, and I'm a District 5 Commissioner and a member of the Mental Health Subcommittee. Mental health. The Mental Health Subcommittee was formed in order to spread awareness and create direct response to the detrimental impacts of mental health struggles within those in the Sacramento County, especially youth. In today's world, tensions are high, and many young people struggle with their mental health due to the lack of equitable support to meet their needs. Therefore, our goal is to identify the problems surrounding mental health and to create mental health and wellness resources for youth to thrive amidst systemic obstacles and personal or historical obstacles and challenges. This year, the Mental Health Subcommittee has been very productive. One of its greatest accomplishments was the Mental Health Survey for local youth, created on Google Forms and spread via social media. The survey was anonymous and provided the committee with detailed information about the mental health challenges affecting local youth. After receiving this data about common concerns, mental health professionals from local high schools and WEAVE provided responses which were shared on the Sacramento County Youth Commission's social media accounts. Sifting through the data, it was clear that school-related stress contributed greatly to teen anxiety, which is a concern that the subcommittee will aim to further address in the upcoming months. This project had multiple benefits. It not only addressed the common concerns, but also provided the Commission with raw data to steer future projects, as well as connections to who can help. Another avenue of gaining resources were the youth mental conferences organized by the Children's System of Care. At the conference, commissioners were able to interact with other youth ambassadors and discuss how mental health impacts teens. Lastly, social media was once again a crucial method of sharing information, and the commission, driven by information and responses to the affirmation survey, centered our social media campaign over the stresses of school, as well as the importance of May, the official mental health month. Thank you.
Looking into the future, past endeavors have opened doors for youth-related projects. The subcommittee will continue to pursue active engagement with the community, such as continued attendance at mental health conferences and social media presence. However, the Commission will also use promotional resources to attend mental health events so that members can work more directly with youth. Additionally, members have met with the CEO of WEAVE, as well as the organization's counselors, and the Commission's relationship with WEAVE can help extend outreach to youth and provide a means of receiving professional feedback. Within the organization, a goal is to encourage the creation of group therapy sessions that minors can attend, since current group therapy sessions are adult only. On social media, mental health campaigns, including interviews and surveys, will continue into next year and beyond.
The Environmental Care Subcommittee aims to educate and inform youth about ongoing environmental events and what youth in our county can do to help keep the environment safe, clean, and healthy. Some ongoing goals for this subcommittee include educating youth on current environmental issues and possible solutions that youth can take part in, motivating youth to speak out about environmental issues impacting their daily lives and community, and organizing cleanup events at local parks in Sacramento County. The co-chairs of this subcommittee are Diana Haas, me, and Kaylee Huang. Other members are Braden Medlin and Joyce Lynn. The Environmental Care Subcommittee is focusing on bringing awareness to the importance of composting. One of the ways that this subcommittee is working on educating youth about composting is creating posters with facts about the benefits of composting to share with local school districts around Sacramento County. By bringing this information directly to schools, the subcommittee aims to encourage youth to learn more about the consequences of environmental degradation and pollution on our health and lifestyles. The subcommittee has also reached out to Sacramento County's Waste Management Department to inquire about the process of composting and how we can increase the use and functionality of compost bins in schools with Sacramento County. Additionally, the subcommittee has also worked to promote Earth Day through the Commission's social media accounts such as Instagram and Facebook. Some posts include contact information and website information for local community organizations involved in environmental care and activities and events for youth to take action to combat various environmental issues and concerns such as forest fires, urbanization, pollution, and landfills.
In the future, our subcommittee wants to promote future events, in-person events such as gardening days, community cleanups, and tree plantings. To encourage community involvement, our commission will advocate through social media campaigns utilizing our presence on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Additionally, the subcommittee wants to continue spreading awareness on the importance of waste management and communicate directly with schools to educate students about the benefits of composting and recycling.
As a whole, this year has been full of changes, and the Youth Commission is happy to return to completely in-person meetings. In addition, although it was sad to see Advisor Jillian Myers go, we have welcomed a new Youth Commission advisor, Rochelle Rolanka. Last year, the Commission lost many seniors, cutting our Commission down by 60%. However, the Commission is proud to say that it has welcomed Jolie Dang, Sinai Coram, Abhi Kara, Allison Flowers, Celine Chin, and Joyce Lynn as our new commissioners this year, and now have multiple commissioners originating from each district. On top of that, with regular in-person meetings, we have achieved a heightened attendance, increasing productivity, and cultivating a stronger sense of unity. Next month, seniors Kaylee Huang, Braden Medlin, and Sinai Korm will all leave the Commission to pursue higher education. And while it is sad to lose some of our most motivated members, the entire Commission thanks them for their dedication to the community and wishes them the best. Bittersweet as it is, the Youth Commission is nonetheless excited to welcome new members to the Commission who will contribute fresh perspectives and immense passion to its continued work. The Youth Commission has accomplished so much this year and is looking forward to the future. We truly could not be where we are today without the Board of Supervisors, and we thank you for all of your help. The Sacramento County Youth Commission has never been stronger. Thank you so much for listening. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Bianca. I'm sure there will be some comments and questions from my colleagues. First of all, I understand that just by necessity, by design, you're going to have a lack of continuity on the commission, and that's wonderful for those of you moving on to higher pursuits. But I imagine it makes things tough to continue some of these programs on the commission. But you've done such an outstanding job, and the 4 target areas: voter registration, distracted driving, mental health, and environmental care. I mean, very, very weighty issues, and we benefit tremendously from the perspective that you provide, and I appreciate so much the work you do and your recommendations and your reports to the board. With that, before I have some more comments, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to concur with Supervisor Desmond. It's always very heartwarming to hear the annual report from our Youth Commission, not just because you're so thoughtful in what you do, and we do appreciate very sincerely your service here in Sacramento County, but it really kind of restores, I think, faith in all of us that the future is going to be in very good hands. And I would just encourage you to think about, as you move on to the next chapter in your lives, whether it be university or your career following higher education, that you please consider coming back to your home county and perhaps even seeking a role in public service. And it doesn't have to be an elected position. It could be in an administrative, executive position. But I really am just always floored by just how incredibly mature you all are. You are incredibly good, very polished public speakers and presenters, better than most adults that we see up here, quite frankly. And so I know that we want to recognize you here in a minute with a special token of our appreciation, but please do not leave these chambers knowing that we are completely and utterly impressed with each and every one of you, and we wish you the best.
We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I first want to start by thanking your advisor, Rochelle, and Flo, who has been taking pictures of each one of you as you address the podium, and all of the county staff members that made a special effort to come down here and witness your presentation to hear from you all, because as Supervisor Cerna said, you are so very impressive, not just in the content that you deliver, but in the way that you deliver it. And so I think that the issues that you are looking at exploring and addressing are important, not only to you and your peers, but to all of us that are sitting up here as well. And I hope that it's a fun experience for you to be able to come together with different students from different parts of the county. So I think that system that we each put some of you on there so that you can interact and find similarities as well as differences is a rewarding experience for you. So congratulations to everyone that's moving on. Welcome to the new members. You did a fantastic job straight out of the gate. And it's just as it was said, very heartening to hear from you and have such faith and confidence in our future leaders. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Supervisor Frost.
I just want to, on top of all the other things that were said, which are absolutely spot on, I wanted to congratulate you for your leadership and your teamwork. It seems like you're a finely tuned, oiled team. You all worked so well together in the way you presented that. And I also want to acknowledge your efforts with your presentation and your collaboration and your work throughout the community. You represent the county well, and that means a lot to us. And I know that there are staff that are assisting you, but you're obviously all extraordinary. And I just want to say that I agree that your scheduled priorities for these subcommittees, sometimes it's hard to know what to focus on in life, what are those important areas. And I think that the areas that you chose will have a positive impact in our world and in our community. So thank you for your leadership, all of you. And I want to wish you all the best in the coming year, and thank you for the report back. It means a lot for us. It helps us.
It means a lot for us as well.
So, Bianca, can I ask you a question before you leave? And I am going to present you with a token of our appreciation and, of course, do the obligatory photo op with all the supervisors and all of you in a moment here. But obviously what's so valuable is for us older members of the community to hear your perspective. And we hear a lot about the mental health crisis, we're facing among young people in our community. And can you, either you or members of the mental health subcommittee, tell me what your experience is from your perspective, why it's become such an acute and a growing crisis among young people?
I would say that I think some of the greatest contributors were COVID. That definitely changed how the world runs, and I think that the emphasis on social media and a lot of online communication can sometimes be damaging to young people. So I would say that just the past years have definitely made it harder for people to get out of the house and relate with people in real life. So there's some unmeetable expectations. And I think another part of it is, of course, school has contributed greatly to teen anxiety, but I think that there is just growing exposure to the reality of mental health. So I think that results might actually be spiked a little bit because as we learn more about mental health, more and more people recognize their own struggles.
Very astute point. No, thank you. That's very helpful to us. So we have, the county has really embarked on an effort under the leadership of our county exec, Ann Edwards, to really change the culture of the county, both internally and externally, to be more inclusive and certainly be more responsive to the needs of the community and to our own county employees. But all of you really epitomize, I think, what we're trying to accomplish here in Sacramento County. So I'm going to come down and, as a token of appreciation, offer you each a new county pin that we have created about Sacramento County and excellence in the county. So I'm going to come present that to each one of you, but also ask my fellow board members to come down as well so we can take a photograph with you.
All right.
Okay. All right, one more time.
So this is called the pit.
Come on up here, and then after this photo, I'd like to ask the county staff from the clerk's office to also join us in the photo as well. You guys get the photo, yes, yes. Any other fit photos with your staff? Hello? Come on down. Come on, Greg, Steve, Vicki.
Can I take it this way or sideways?
I can go to the back row if you want.
Okay, everybody, ready? 1, 2, 3. Deep breath. Right? Great. Thank you. All right.
How about a round of applause? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to item 70.
Okay. Item 70 is the Town Family Trust Conveyance of Development Rights Project. This is a board review for the conveyance of development rights of a 39.26-acre parcel located at 14156 State Highway 160 in the Delta community.
Good afternoon, Jessica.
Hey, good afternoon. I was just saying, I don't know how I can follow that. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so good afternoon. Chair Desmond and members of the board, Jessica Brandt, Principal Planner with Planning and Environmental Review. I'll be presenting the Town Family Trust Conveyance of Development Rights request on behalf of Kimber Gutierrez. The subject site is depicted with a red hashing on this aerial photo here. The project is located at 14156 State Highway 160 in the Delta community. The subject site consists of 2 parcels. Parcel 1 is developed with a single-family home and a shed, and Parcel 2 is for agricultural use and is undeveloped. Presented on the right side of the slide is the zoning imagery for the project. The project site is zoned Ag 40, AG 40, and surrounding uses are a mixture of single-family, residential, and agricultural uses. To the north, west, and south are a mixture of Ag 20, Ag 40, and Ag 80 zoning districts. And then to the east are a mix of RD2, RD3, and RD5 zoning districts. Some site and entitlement history. On August 2nd, 2021, the Planning Commission approved a tentative parcel map, special development permit, and design review for this site. This tentative parcel map resulted in the creation of the previously mentioned 2 parcels. This is often referred to as a lot reduction permit or homestead lot. Condition number 4 of the tentative parcel map required conveyance of development rights to the county for the larger lot, which is the request being brought forward today. This is required prior to final recordation of the map or filing of the map. Oh, nice. There are no active code violations on site. So again, the entitlement request is a board review to allow the conveyance of development rights for a property in the AG 40 zoning district. And I do want to pause at this point. This application was conditioned for this conveyance of development rights, and so they did need to come back through an entitlement process to do this. Staff looked into whether it's necessary for someone who's coming through a lot reduction permit and is going to be required to do a conveyance of development rights, to do it in a two-step process, and we've determined that it is not necessary. However, everything would need to go to the board as the ultimate hearing authority. So we do have at least one other application in that's very similar to this one that we are looking to move from the two-step process that we had been doing to a single process. And so you'll see that coming through for both the lot reduction permit and the reconveyance of rights. However, for this project, we are coming in for that second step. This exhibit is showing the conveyance of development rights area. The parcel 1 is 4.07 acres and contains a single family residence and shed and will retain development rights. Parcel 2 is 35.19 acres, currently undeveloped, and it is the parcel that will convey development rights to the county in order to finalize their map. Planning and environmental review staff found that the proposed project is consistent with the general plan, community plan, and zoning code, and that there are no significant environmental concerns. And as such, we are recommending approval today. We recommend that the board take the following actions: recognize the exempt status of the request under section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt the resolution accepting the granting and conveyance of development rights. And this concludes my presentation. I'm able to answer any follow-up questions, and the applicant representative is available as well, should you have questions for them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. I don't see any of my colleagues in the queue. So I'd ask Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We do. We have 3 public comments in person. I don't have any on the phone at the moment. And so our first speaker request is Mr. Gil Labrie.
I filled out that form because I thought I had to in case I was going to be asked to talk about this project.
Well, you're under no obligation to provide public comment. I just want you to know that, unless you're asked.
You know, it's a little bit of history because I think it's important at this point. I'm Gil Labrie. You know, I've been practicing in the Delta since 1976. I was involved probably with the very first time that this process was created. We called it a lot reduction permit. And basically it was for estate planning. In the first instance, it was actually to allow a son-in-law and daughter to build on a larger ranch, a house that actually I designed the house later on. 40 years ago, this started. And it was a simple process, lot reduction permit, and then you dedicated the balance with a conservation easement. And that was it. It wasn't considered development. When you put a conservation easement on the balance of, depending upon its zoning, so it was 80 acres, and you carved off 76 acres were put under a conservation easement. And that's 40 acres, the same kind of thing. So that's what was the process up until this kind of change. And there's no way that this property can be developed. It's low ground. It's been corn up until recently, but it's permanently ag. It's in your general plan as ag. It's outside of the line established by the Delta Protection Commission. So there is absolutely no way that it can be developed. And we probably started this process a couple years ago, more than a couple years ago, as a lot reduction permit, whatever, and got into this round robin that ultimately are here, we still don't have a map. So we're still trying to get through them, to get the map finalized, and whether that's been held up because of waiting for this or not, I don't know. But I mean, this has been common. It's not as common as it was, but it allows longtime property owners to carve off a piece. This is an original ranch house for estate planning and for family. So I'm glad to see we're finally at this
Thank you.
point.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you,
for
Gil.
your time.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Town?
He said it.
Oh, okay. And then, and would you like?
I have nothing to
Okay.
add unless you have any questions.
I don't see any. Supervisor Hume?
No questions. I'd just like to point out that's the difference between the guys footing the bill and the guy being paid to be here, is one feels obligated to come to the podium and make his comments. But as you can hear from Mr. Sorry, is there any other public comment? I think you only said there were three. Yeah, okay. As you can hear, you know, I've sat down and met with Gil, and I brought it to your attention, talking about the change in this process, and I'm glad to hear that staff has done an internal review and realized it's a little unwieldy. But the idea that essentially what's carving off the home property and then making sure that the remainder parcel is never to be developed ought to be encouraged and expedited. And, you know, as we look to analyze our, more customer service friendly way of doing business, this to me seems like pretty low-hanging fruit that it ought to be simpler than it is. So I'm ready to move the item because I think it's just good for them to be able to get their affairs in order, and it locks down this parcel right behind these houses. Plans can change, general plans, Delta Protection Commission plans, but when the county holds the development rights, that's kind of a stronger version of an easement. So I think it's a worthwhile planning tool, but it ought to be able to be implemented much more expeditiously.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hume. We have a second from Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for item 71, this is a boundary line adjustment and board review for a property located at 13740 and 13880 Highway 160, approximately 1,474 feet from the intersection of Highway 160 and First Avenue in the Delta community.
Okay, Jessica, on a related matter.
I'm back. There is a presentation for this one.
It's coming up.
Okay.
Bless you.
There we go. Thank you. So again, Jessica Brandt, Planning and Environmental Review. In the spirit of expediting, I'm actually going to provide one presentation for the next two items. That's the Ross and Montero boundary line adjustments. Let's see here. So again, presenting on behalf of Kimber Gutierrez, and I just want to note that both of these are very similar requests, and they are in proximity, as you'll see from the exhibits. Yes?
Let me read both items into the record.
Oh, yeah, that'd
Would
be
that
great.
help?
Thank you.
Okay, and Chairperson, is that okay with you?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 72 is the Montero boundary line adjustment. This is a boundary line adjustment and board review for a property located at 13740 and 13860 Highway 160, approximately 2,004 feet from the intersection of Highway 160 and First Avenue in the Delta community.
Okay, thank you, Flo.
You're welcome.
So the subject sites are depicted with red, orange, and yellow outlines on the aerial photo with crosshatch. The projects are located at 13740, 13880, and 13860 Highway 160 in the Delta community. The three parcels consist of two smaller parcels that are developed with single-family residences. which are referred to as the Ross and Montero properties, and then one larger parcel that is utilized as farmland that we're referring to as the Sanchez property. Some context. Presented on the right side of the slide is the zoning imagery for this project. The larger parcel is zoned AG 80, and the two smaller parcels are zoned RD1. The surrounding area is developed with single-family residential and agricultural uses. To the north and west are Ag 80 zoned properties. To the south are a mixture of Ag 40, AR1, RD1, RD2, RD3 zoned parcels. And lastly, to the east is the Sacramento River and an area zoned DW. According to Sacramento County records, the Montero property has had no previous planning entitlements and has no active code violations on the site. For the Ross property, on October 20th, 2021, the board authorized both conveyance of development rights and a boundary line adjustment resulting in a split zone property. The proposed request for Ross is to adjust those lot lines further into the Ag 80 property for additional personal agricultural use. And on the Ross property, there are no active code violations as well. The entitlement request is the same for both properties. This is a boundary line adjustment to allow a split zone property between an Ag 80 zone parcel and an RD1 zone parcel, and then a board review to allow the conveyance of development rights for this split zone property in the Ag 80 RD1 zoning district, specifically the Ag 80 portion of these split zone properties. This is the boundary line adjustment exhibit for the Ross property. The project is looking to expand the existing split zone parcel 1.29 acres further into parcel B. The conveyance of development rights being requested would apply to this additional area of AG 80 zone property. Montero, this on screen now is the boundary line adjustment exhibit. As you can see, this project site is located 2 parcels north of the Ross site. And the project is also looking to expand the RD1 zone parcel 1.09 acres into parcel B, which is zoned Ag 80. And then the conveyance of development rights would be for that Ag 80 portion. This is a table that breaks down all of the properties involved in both projects. The table shows both current parcel sizes and zoning, as well as proposed resultant parcel sizes. It's important to note that following both boundary line adjustments, the larger Sanchez property will remain greater than 80 acres at 121.26 acres, which is consistent with the AG 80 zone. Also, the Ross property will continue to be split zoned, and Montero would be the only one that would result in a new split zone property. Project analysis. Staff reviewed both proposed projects and found them consistent with the Subdivision Map Act, the general plan, and the zoning code. The proposed lot configurations will be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood and lotting patterns. There are no significant environmental concerns, and the Delta Protection Commission did review and was supportive of this request. And last, staff has concluded the applicable findings can be made. So on that note, staff is recommending approval of both of these projects, and we recommend that the board take the following actions: recognize the exempt status of the request under Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act, approve the resolution authorizing a split zone property pursuant to Sacramento County Zoning Code Section 162A1, direct the planning director or designee to process the boundary line adjustment pursuant to Sacramento County Code 22-2077. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions, and the applicant representative is also here in case you have questions for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jessica. Do we have any public comment?
We do have public comment in person for 71 and 72. Jenny Aptas, am I saying that right?
I'm the the applicant. I'll quit while I'm ahead in case
Oh.
but if you have any questions, I'll answer.
So you're available for questions from the board members. I don't see any board members in the queue. And we'll need any other public comment besides?
We do. We have Jenny. Is Jenny in the room? She had signed up for both items.
It's Jerry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, one says Jerry and one says Jenny. So sorry. Okay, so
Okay.
that's it.
So you're
My
available for
apologies.
questions. And we'll have to take these separately, June? We'll have to take these separately, both these items. We can't make.
Well, she called them both.
Okay, so we can take them both. Okay, great. Okay, no comments from board members. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved. Both items.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff, for your work on this. That will bring us to item 73.
Item 73 is a one-year time extension for a vesting tentative subdivision map and associated entitlements for a property located 2,000 feet south of the intersection of Bradshaw Road and Florin Road in the Vineyard community.
I'm a bit taller than our last presenter, so give me a second to get this adjusted.
Okay, welcome, Emma.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board. Emma Patton here to present the Garcia Rivera tentative time extension request. The Garcia Rivera project site is located 2,000 feet south of the intersection of Florin Road and Bradshaw Road in the Vineyard community. The site is currently vacant. The subject site is in the RD10 zoning district and is surrounded by vacant properties to the north and to the east, rural residences to the south, and the golf course to the west. The project site is located within the North Vineyard Station specific plan area, and the surrounding properties are planned to be developed with low-density residential development. In November 2006, the board approved the Garcia Rivera vesting tentative subdivision map along with other related entitlements. And in July 2017, the board approved a 5-year time extension of the map, resulting in a new expiration date of May 15th, 2023. The applicant now requests a 1-year time extension of the Garcia Rivera vesting tentative subdivision map, which would divide the 10-acre property into 70 single-family residential lots, a detention basin lot, a landscape corridor lot, and a sewer lift station lot. An addendum to the prior mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the Garcia Rivera tentative subdivision map. The addendum notes that the prior mitigated not negative declaration remains adequate and complete for the current proposal and would remain subject to the previously adopted Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, or MMRP. This slide shows the map of record for the Garcia Rivera vesting tentative subdivision map. The subdivision would be accessed via Bradshaw Road, and the 70 single-family residential lots are grouped in blocks with circulation in a modified grid. The sewer lift station lot and the detention basin lot are both off of Bradshaw Road, and the subdivision would remain subject to the conditions originally approved by the board in 2006. However, as a part of this time extension request, staff did modify several of the conditions. Modifications include a renumbering and organization of the conditions, minor updates to reflect current references, revision to the conditions related to the time extension request itself, and some additions to previously adopted mitigation measures. These revisions are intended for administrative ease and would not result in any new requirements for the subdivision beyond what was originally proposed. All of these revisions were shared with the applicant team, who are satisfied with the conditions as provided. The Vineyard CPAC met in January 2023 to discuss the 1-year time extension request. They recommend that the board approve the requested entitlement, voting 3 yes, 0 no. The Planning Commission later met on March 13th, 2023, and they recommended unanimously that the board approve the time extension request. The subdivision remains consistent with the general plan, the community plan, and the specific plan policies. The subdivision remains consistent with the applicable use regulations and development standards. Deviations allowed through the previously approved special development permit would remain in effect. The subdivision remains compatible with its community context, and the environmental document and mitigation monitoring and reporting program remains adequate and appropriate for the subdivision as documented in the addendum. So based on this analysis, staff is recommending that the board determine that the previous mitigated negative declaration and MMRP, together with the CEQA addendum prepared for prior time extensions and the CEQA addendum prepared for the current time extension, remain adequate and complete for the current proposal, and that you approve the one-year time extension for the approved Garcia Rivera vesting tentative subdivision map and associated entitlements, resulting in a new expiration date of May 15th, 2024, subject to those findings and conditions that I noted earlier. Before I conclude my presentation, I do want to note that this one-year time extension is the final discretionary time extension available to the Garcia Rivera tentative subdivision map, so the project proponents would need to move swiftly to file the map prior to that new May 15th, 2024 date, should the board approve this time extension. That concludes my presentation. Available for any questions you might have, and the applicant representative is also available today for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma, and thank you for pointing that out, that this is the last discretionary extension of the map as well. So I don't see any board members in the queue. Any public comment?
Yes, we do. One second.
I know the applicant is here in case there are questions, I believe. Okay.
Actually, no, I do not have any public comments. Sorry about that.
Okay.
For a different item.
Then I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have just a quick question before I go ahead and move this item. What is an urban reserve designation on a zoning map?
So on the zoning, it may be an IR zoning designation is what I might imagine that would be, and that's an interim agricultural reserve designation.
So literally looking at the exhibit,
okay,
and the parcel to the immediate north of this parcel is UR, and in the schedule, it calls out that that's an urban reserve.
Okay, so I might pass this on to Todd Smith.
Is that maybe a general plan designation and not a zoning?
We don't oftentimes use that designation, so I'll pass it on to Todd perhaps to answer.
Sure. So Todd Smith, Planning Director, that zoning designation, Emma indicates we do not see it very much. It could be a holdover from the original planning efforts for this area where a specific application has not yet come in to designate a more specific zone. There is a general plan designation, urban development area, that kind of forecasts or foreshadows future urban development areas. We've used that in larger plan areas in the past as well. But generally, it's just an indicator that some type of urban development is planned to occur here at some future date.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Thank you, staff. That'll take us to item 74.
Okay, item 74 is the homeless workshop.
So I'm just going to make a few introductory remarks. As you know, homelessness continues to be a #1 priority for our community across all parts of the community. And your board has responded with unprecedented investments into new programs, a whole new department, and historical partnerships with system partners. We do, however, acknowledge and empathize with the community's frustration that these efforts don't feel like enough, and certainly that it's taking too long for real change, so I do want to acknowledge that. We are committed to a collaborative and comprehensive partnership with our cities, regional healthcare systems, and community-based organizations. The goal of the workshop today is to hear from our new Department of Homeless Services and Housing on work being done now and in the future. We will also receive updates from other departments that play an important partnership role in the county's response to homelessness. And our partners from the City of Sacramento are here and will review our collaboration and overall commitment to work together to meet and exceed the terms of our partnership agreement. We'll be covering a lot of ground today with a lot of departments, and We've tried to anticipate your questions and hope that we answer them during the presentation. And I will now turn it over to Emily Halkin, who will start the presentation.
And thank you. And before you start, I mean, I know there were some triggers about having this presentation and the partnership agreement specifically, but I appreciate you putting the time in for this presentation. I know Supervisor Cerna had asked, and several of us had asked multiple times, so I don't think we can report too frequently or too much to the public about what we're doing. So thank you for putting this together today.
Agreed. And also just want to add, the team is, when we're finished here, moving over to give a similar presentation to the city of Sacramento.
Great. Thank you, Anne, and thank you, Chair. I'm Emily Halkin, your Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. I'm here to share with you, as Anne highlighted, a comprehensive information on our unhoused population in the county, the complex needs that they face and that we face in trying to serve them, but the diversity of responses the county is preparing and working towards to address homelessness. Maybe it's just me, but the point-in-time count numbers are definitely etched into my mind, probably likely into yours as well. The 10,000 number, the right around 10,000 number. But we all recognize that the point-in-time count is really just a singular snapshot of a population that both is constantly changing and really difficult to measure. And so the nearly 10,000 people that were counted on a single night last year, and those that we count daily, and the programs that we're administering on the streets and other systems of care throughout the county may share the common experience of homelessness, but individual and structural challenges impact both their unique pathway that led them into homelessness, the issues that are keeping them homeless, and the solutions that will dictate their unique pathway out of homelessness. So the Department of Homeless Services and Housing has put together some vignettes describing some typical folks that we encounter every day in our work, and it will be posted to our website, and I do have copies for you today, so I'll hand those out. But we're really informed by data that we know about the folks who make up our homeless population here in Sacramento. We took a snapshot of data from last week, one day in time, of about 5,800 households who are known to us in our homeless system of care. And we saw some concerning things, some things that help us formulate how we're going to respond. So as we look at different subpopulations, I've listed a few here, certainly are not the only ones. When we looked at that snapshot of the day last week, for family households and households consisting of transition-age youth, some of the great things, they have some of the shortest lengths of time homeless. They have not been on the streets as long as many of the people we're seeing. They also have the lowest rates of behavioral health issues. Unfortunately, however, they have the by far highest rates of racial disparities amongst within those populations. And so this data really helps point us towards interventions that might focus for them on shorter terms assistance, coupled with some strategies to increase income, but also much better alignment with community-based organizations representing and working with Black, Indigenous, and people of color populations. For single adults, both single women and single men, conversely, the data showed the self-reported highest rates of drug and alcohol conditions. We also see extreme lengths of time homeless reported amongst the single adults. And when we dive even deeper into older adults, and we're defining that as 55 and older, this becomes even more pronounced. 27% of the households on that single point in time were headed by an older adult head of household, and the average age of that head of household was 62 years old. The average length of time for these households is over 4 years. And for these populations, these data points, while really concerning, do point us towards programs that might be more recovery-based, permanent supportive housing, some longer-term interventions that we might see for families and youth. And while data certainly helps us to understand the compounding issues that are facing the homeless population, the only universal characteristic of these folks is that they lack a permanent home. And to truly address the homeless crisis, we need to increase access to and availability of safe and affordable housing that must be wrapped around with appropriate client-centered supportive services. This slide shows some data that's available very publicly from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition on the gap between wages of renter households and the cost of rental units nationwide. As a state, California has the second highest wage rate required to afford the typical rental unit, only second to Hawaii. In addition, due to the lack of affordable housing in our state, and again, this is a national issue, over 3/4 of folks who are considered extremely low-income renters are severely cost-burdened. This means they're spending more than half of their income on rent. In Sacramento, translating this to what it might look like here, it translates to a single person living on minimum wage needing to work about over 60 hours a week to not be cost-burdened, to afford a typical one-bedroom apartment. And as you can imagine, for families, especially if there's only one wage earner, this would just be exacerbated. This affordability gap, coupled by the extremely low vacancy rates that we all know we have here, sets the stage not only for more folks entering into homelessness, but also for the challenges of finding housing for those who are working very hard to exit homelessness. And as we've talked about many times in this chamber and individually with many of you, at the federal and state level, policymakers have really grappled with this housing issue and how to fit it into the work that we do in the homeless services, and have really pointed to what has been deemed housing first to help address this core issue. And I know that housing first has at times been misunderstood to mean housing only. And while I understand and appreciate and actually very, very much agree that we want folks who are living with substance abuse issues or with untreated behavioral health needs or symptomatic mental health conditions to address those underlying issues and that their success really is dependent on that, it has been shown and proven that somebody's ability and willingness to engage in these services that help with those issues is much higher when they have their basic needs met and a safe place to live that's indoors. So housing first doesn't mean and should never mean that we stop at the point of being housed, but that it allows for housing that's not predicated on first being compliant with other issues, whether it be medication compliant or sobriety. And so while we're working towards affordable housing as our ultimate goal, we also recognize that we're living in a housing market where meeting that goal is going to take a lot of time. And so there's ways that the county can lean into reducing homelessness using the same approach. And our safe state communities, I think, are intended to really serve in that bridge, providing safe and dignified, low-barrier shelter for folks with very, very complex issues who are currently living outside. And while it is certainly not the final solution, it is very much an important component to help people provide for their basic needs and providing intensive rehousing support, but also addressing the community's very, very real concerns about unsheltered homelessness. So how do the county programs and investments reflect what this data is telling us? As Ann mentioned, the board has been increasing investments and diversifying programs since 2017, actually probably way before that. But the increase in homeless rates and the complexity of the challenges faced by the population as well as the community at large really necessitated the need for a singularly focused staff to work on this issue and to be publicly accountable and accessible. So late last year, you created what is now the Department of Homeless Services and Housing, and we became an official department in January of this year. And on July 1st of this year, with the new fiscal year, we will be assuming most of the budget and programs that are coming from existing departments in the county. And as the new department is staffing up and creating our own strategic planning approach, we are setting goals for this upcoming fiscal year, which will be our first year as a standalone department, that are highlighted here. Our goals for the first year really are to increase communication from the county, both internally to our own workforce and externally to those who are serving, who are living unhoused, to advocates, stakeholders, residents, businesses, really to across the county. This, of course, means we need to increase our engagement in the community, both with those that we serve and those wanting more information about the department, the county, and how we integrate with our other system partners. We are also very, very committed, and we hear it consistently from you, to sharing outcomes and reporting out data on numbers of people who've engaged with our services, the number of people that are being served, and the results of those services so you can make informed decisions at budget time and throughout the year. You're going to see some of this data today and with the budget workshop in a couple of weeks and ongoing as our department continues to grow. So while DHSH is a standalone department, we in no way do this work alone. As we'll share with you more during the budget workshop in a couple weeks, and as you well know, this issue touches virtually every department throughout the county, and it'll continue to do so despite the fact of having created a new department. But where we see our role is seeking to serve as the department that can help navigate where those intersections happen within county government with our sister departments as well as with our external partners. As an example, as we've talked about, I talked about this a couple minutes ago, about 36% overall of the folks in that point in time snapshot self-reported behavioral health issues. Our close partnership with the Department of Health Services, who are here today, is critical to help us address those underlying behavioral health needs as we work on sheltering and housing and other more core homeless services. It's also the aim of DHSH that we diversify our partners, both contracted and community-based. And some examples that are already underway that I'm excited about. We are currently working with our partners in the faith community on a landscape analysis of weather respite needs and resources that will help inform a county response during both seasonal weather times as well as extreme weather events like we saw this winter. We're also working with our good friends in the Parks Department. I know you're going to hear from Liz a little bit more on a grant application for some state funds to improve restroom facilities in our parks. We understand that those living unsheltered in the parkway are frequent users of these services, and without those services, there's unintended sanitation and safety consequences that are truly detrimental to the parkway, and we want to be a part of that solution as well. We also work very closely with some more traditional system partners that you might think of. You're going to hear a bit today from Mario and Siobhan about our partnership with the City of Sacramento, but we're also working closely with the other 6 cities in the county. 2 specific examples, we're working right now with the City of Elk Grove to secure and continue operations of our Renters Helpline to provide fair housing resources countywide. We're also in ongoing conversations with the City of Citrus Heights, thank you Supervisor Frost, on how to support the navigation needs in their community, potentially leveraging some resources that the county has that the smaller cities don't have at their fingertips. SHRA, of course, and they're here today as well, is one of our most critical partners, both in developing affordable housing, but also in partnering as a major rehouser here in our community. They're leading the development of affordable housing plan that's a sub-part of a local homelessness action plan, and they're going to speak to that in a few minutes. And finally, of course, the Continuum of Care, led by Sacramento Steps Forward, is leading our community's efforts to pull all of our work together under system-wide goals and shared strategies. The board adopted the Local Homelessness Action Plan, or LHAP, in July or June, and it really is setting the stage for all of our work moving forward. We're really excited to continue to lift that up. While our reach and breadth of work is very wide, the county does have some very unique roles depending on where we happen to physically be within the county, and I think it's important to name these things. So countywide, regardless of whether we're within one of the cities in the county or in the unincorporated county, the county maintains responsibility for creating linkages and connections to behavioral health, public benefits, adult and child protective services, countywide services available regardless of where a person happens to be. We're also responsible to support sheltering programs with these linkages, and in the new shelters under the city's partnership agreement, contracting for those operations of the shelters. And of course, we're responsible working with SSF and our system partners on lifting up implementation of major system components like coordinated access. Within the cities in the county, in addition to the things we do countywide, we also are deploying our behavioral health outreach teams, the HEART team, HEART with an E, alongside city-funded and operated outreach teams. They go directly into encampments and provide those linkages alongside our city outreach partners. We also are providing ongoing support in all city-funded shelters. For example, we may be participating in training some of their staff so that they can help navigate clients through the public welfare system. Our HEART teams also have drop-in office hours at the city shelters. In the unincorporated county, which, as I know Supervisor Desmond and all of you know, has the second highest rate of unsheltered homelessness only after the City of Sacramento, the county does have some very specific additional roles that a city would typically cover. And those include funding and operating the direct street outreach teams to help navigate folks who are living unsheltered. This includes signing them up into coordinated access, helping to provide general services and case management, and I'm going to dive a little bit more into what that looks like in a minute. We also are responsible for coordinating with our municipal services agencies, so this might look like Department of Transportation having to do a roadway improvement project where there are encampments, so we will certainly partner with them to ensure that there's outreach ahead of that construction project. Similarly, our responsibility in the unincorporated county, is to coordinate with law enforcement, and our partners of the HOT team are here today to talk a lot more about that. And as cities do within their jurisdiction, we also are responsible for siting and developing new shelters and providing day-to-day operations. Finally, with that jurisdictional hat of the unincorporated county on, as you know, as other municipal governments have done, the county did adopt a critical infrastructure ordinance that will apply to certain parts of the unincorporated county. The county municipal services departments are working to bring the sites for your consideration in the summer. And if approved, this will provide some additional tools specifically for our law enforcement agencies as they work in certain encampments.
So, Emily, before you, first of all, I know Supervisor Cerna has a comment, but
Okay.
I love this slide. I think this is a really good slide to really capture our roles and responsibilities and how it differs depending on what part of the county you're in. So thank you for this. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Just for the benefit of the balance of the presentation, so I understand it, and perhaps others that may have a similar question, and the question being, are we assuming that the universe of the homeless population in Sacramento County, both unincorporated and within cities, is the latest point in time count, or are we using another assumption for what that population is? Because you're beginning to sprinkle in your presentation comparisons of how much population is in an incorporated area versus an unincorporated area. Well, that's based on a number. Is the number the point in time count? Okay.
So generally, any big population number would be from the point in time count, yes.
Okay, and so when you say, for instance, if I heard you correctly, Emily, that the unincorporated county is home to the second greatest homeless population, second only to the city of Sacramento, I assume that's based on the fact that you're not assuming that part of the parkway that runs through the city is being counted towards the county's population.
So in the latest point in time count, regardless of how the parkway was counted, the unincorporated still would be second. However, your point is correct, and one of the improvements we've been talking to SAC Steps Forward about for next point in time count is being more precise on the parkway. This year, for the first time, we did have a parkway separate count, although it was only a portion of the parkway, and we acknowledge it's an undercount. So either way, parkway with parkway or not, it would, but if we add the parkway, it certainly would be even that closer.
Yeah, I think it's an important distinction to make. I know it gets weird for those that don't live, breathe, need county land all day long, but the fact that we are the stewards of a particular set of acreage that is dedicated to the parkway that runs through two cities and the unincorporated county make it sometimes difficult to assess what you're talking about. So that's why I'm asking these questions.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
That's a very good point. You could almost have a fourth circle here, Parkway. I mean,
we
really.
could.
Yeah.
Mother of all Venn diagrams.
Okay, so while DHSH is a new department, we are definitely not starting from scratch. We are luckily benefiting from years of great work from our partners in other departments. And this timeline highlights some important milestones over the past 6 years, but in no way is intended to be an exhaustive list of homeless services the county provides. While this does show major homeless initiatives and some programs, the ongoing work around some sheltering programs, for example, Mather Community Campus and our family shelters, the significant investments in permanent supportive housing through the Mental Health Services Act, and a bunch of prevention services that happen through the CalWorks program are not shown here. What this slide is intending to show is that while our overall count of homeless folks experiencing homelessness has risen since 2017, the county has been responding by diversifying programs, increasing funding, and expanding our array of services, all, of course, while addressing the impacts of a global pandemic. And as DHSH gets set for the next fiscal year and for beyond, we really look forward to continuing some of this work and adding to this timeline and expanse of services and programs. And the things we are doing and have been doing are working. I do want to acknowledge this work is hard work, and me and all my staff, every day, we feel the immense responsibility of making a demonstrable change, both in people's lives who we're trying to help, as well as in the perception of the community. And while these numbers here give us a reason for hope, we're also very aware that for every one person who exits homelessness in Sacramento County, more than 3 people will enter homelessness. However, if we're going to look on the bright side of the coin for today, if we look at, this is just the impact of county-funded programs. And so in this fiscal year, from the beginning of the fiscal year until just about last week, so almost a full fiscal year, we served more than 6,500 people through county-funded programs. And we look at who we served, it's aligning with some of the broader system data that I just chatted about earlier, and highlight some of the real challenges, but as well opportunities that we have. Some of the things I really want to lift up from here, our outreach teams visited 176 encampments and engaged over 1,500 people. And of those that they engaged, 37% were successfully moved into shelter or into housing. We served nearly 2,700 people in an array of shelters throughout the county. Most of them entered in extreme poverty, and many with very complex behavioral health needs. We supported the rehousing of over 2,800 people, most of whom were literally homeless at the time of entry. I think almost 80% came directly from the streets or a shelter. And while I'm showing it today for county investments only, we do know that this is part of a larger system that's in partnership with the COC and the cities. We know that folks are not exclusively served based on who the funder is, and so as part of the LHAP work, we're really looking forward to having more system-level reports that can show the collective impact of our work and our investments alongside the work and investments of the COC, the cities, and many of our community-based partners.
So, Emily, I just want to add, that statistic you cited, for every one person that exits homeless, 3 enter homeless. I mean, that just seems like a hopeless situation. Can you expand on that a little bit and
The hopelessness of it? No. So that is data from SACSEP's Ford. It was actually 3.2. I just, for sake of ease, it's 3.
But I mean, I guess the question is that
Yeah.
just a layperson or a member of the public, they hear that and they're like, well, then how in the heck can we ever get on top of this situation? I mean,
Right.
So explain what that means a little bit more and how we can address that or turn that around.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's indicative of sort of the conversation, the front end, about the real tremendous uphill battle that we're facing as a state and as a community about affordability of housing and access to resources. But what it functionally means from the data standpoint is that we measure people who are exiting into permanent housing, and then we measure people who either re-enter after being successfully housed for a period of time or who are new to the system. I do have to say this is new to the system, and so some of those 3 people may be that because we have so many more outreach people on the ground touching more people, we are entering people who appear new in the data but may have actually been homeless for a long time. So it may not be as severe as the data points to. As you touch more people on the natural, your data is going to get worse quicker because you have more data, and then hopefully quickly will resolve. I'm not sure if that helps. But
that helps. And is that just Sacramento County or is that the state of California?
No, that's Sacramento County. That's data from SSF.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Sherman.
No, I appreciate the chair bringing this up because I had a very similar fleeting thought when you mentioned this 3-to-1 ratio. But one of the takeaways I have, though, Emily, I got to be honest, is that when I hear, that ratio presented the way you did, it begs the question: shouldn't we invest proportionally in keeping people from becoming homeless in the first place compared to those that are homeless?
You definitely should, and I really appreciate bringing it up. So one of the other great data work that SSF has done is a gaps analysis, and I think it was presented here, but we can bring it back if it's helpful. And a balanced system, and this is not in any way Sacramento specific, most communities are challenged with this, is you would have most of your investment at the front end and the back end. So prevention services to keep people out of homelessness, and then housing at the back end to successfully exit them. And some crisis intervention, sheltering, and other things to catch people when they fall. Our system, like most communities, is imbalanced, and that we have such a crisis on the streets. But yes, if we could shore up the entry, 100%, yes.
Thank you.
As a preview to the budget workshop in a couple weeks, this is a snapshot of the upcoming fiscal year budget for the new department. Our total budget will be just over $51 million, over half of which is general fund. The balance is a combination generally between federal and state funding. And I know in some previous board meetings I've been asked about how some of these external funding sources are allocated and specifically what impact our point-in-time count has on these funds. I'm going to try to answer this succinctly, but happy to delve more in. So the largest pot of federal funds exclusively for homelessness in Sacramento is through the Continuum of Care grants, which are administered through Sacramento Steps Forward, and so therefore not in my budget, but still really important. These funds are awarded competitively in 2 steps, very convoluted steps, which includes the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development ranking communities nationwide against each other based on a myriad of factors, which does include reduction in homelessness. So it's not a direct correlation, but an increase or a decrease in your point-in-time count could have some impact on our ability to grow our Continuum of Care pot of funds over time. And I will say this is about the most convoluted funding award process I've ever seen, and so I'm trying to simplify it to a few sentences, but we could spend an hour just talking about this. We probably don't want to. The federal funds that are administered by the county and shown in this pie chart are mostly ARPA, but there are also some funds through the Emergency Solutions Grant that are passed through from SHRA, and these allocations are not really influenced by the point-in-time count. They are allocated similar to CDBG funds based on population counts, poverty rates, and housing stock availability. In regards to state funding, the largest pool for homelessness in the state is currently from the Homeless Housing and Assistance Program, or HAP as we call it. And the allocation that's attributed to each county and then subsequently divided between county government, city governments for if you have a big city in your county, and the COC is impacted by that county's point-in-time count relative to the overall state point-in-time count. So that's why, if you recall, HAP 3 and HAP 4 have the same amount of statewide allocation, but our proportion as a county for HAP 4 went up about $4 million because our point-in-time count went up pretty dramatically.
Okay, thank you. Emily, Supervisor Cernow's comment.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting so many times, but you should be used to that by now.
Fine.
So I just want to be clear, the pie chart is for fiscal year 23-24, and you qualified the federal slice at 23% being mostly ARPA, correct?
Yes.
So that's, I would call that an atypical scenario or situation. What would a normal fiscal year look like in terms of the federal contribution?
It would be a little bit bigger than miscellaneous. It would probably be, I think a couple $100,000 at ESG, so it'd be very, very small.
Okay, so this is extremely atypical.
Yes.
Okay, and then I just for clarity's sake, the pie chart represents the total 51.4 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And we can delve, I'll definitely have more detail for the budget presentation. But regardless of source, as you can see, the majority of our funds for next fiscal year will be going to support sheltering and rehousing programs. We also have $6 million allocated towards outreach and engagement, which is inclusive not just of navigation, but also of encampment services that we're providing, such as sanitation and water into encampments throughout the county. And while the Department of Homeless Services and Housing will serve as the lead for the county's response to homelessness, our response as a county will continue to be broader than any one department. And as all of you know, we have been working on tabulating the totality of the funding committed to homeless services from all county departments. And we will have that information to share with you in the upcoming budget presentations, and I hope will help better frame the overall county's commitment to homelessness and housing efforts.
And Emily, I appreciate you bringing that up because of that last slide. Obviously, there's a lot more is spent on helping people who are homeless, like in the behavioral health realm, which isn't exclusive to people who are homeless, but happens to help an awful lot of people who are experiencing homelessness, right? I'm looking at Siobhan. So this certainly does not, by any stretch of the imagination, capture the county's resources that we're spending on this.
Right. And that work that we're doing will capture what you're trying to get to, is what proportion of other departments. Okay, so while the county has been addressing homelessness for decades, we recognize the need to evolve and change not only how we're providing those services, but how we partner internally and externally, and as well as our public accountability. So this slide really is an example of the 4 main work areas that the department will be leading, and trying to show how the county has historically engaged, where we are at today, and where our ambition is of getting to in the future to maximize success and coordination. And because we've had a lot of conversations, and we're going to have it around the city partnership agreement, around how these changes has happened on outreach specifically, I want to highlight how that looks like on the ground from where we were just a couple of years ago to where we're getting to. So 2 or 3 years ago, an outreach was mostly led by County Department of Human Assistance staff. There were a few small external contracts in certain unincorporated areas of the county and 1 navigator on the Parkway. Today, we have 10 navigators on the Parkway. Thank you so much. We also have 9 navigators, all contracted, working in the unincorporated county, and they're doing both proactive and responsive work in encampments, so working deeply in some encampments, but also being available for response-driven calls. So that's a total of 19. We also have 2 behavioral health, clinical, and peer staff who are working alongside those teams. Starting next fiscal year, so in just a few weeks, we will have 22 under our county contract, plus we're adding 5 through a partnership with the managed care plans, meaning we'll have a total of 27 navigators in the unincorporated county and the Parkway, plus we'll still have our behavioral health staff, and we are working with Tim and his shop closely to try to increase the number of those dedicated to our unincorporated areas. And with this increase in capacity of the outreach teams, we're also looking to diversify how those navigators work. Again, like I said, both proactively, but also being able to respond to calls from constituents, from your offices, from the sheriff's hot teams, from the rangers, and others. We're working very closely with the city and Sacramento Steps Forward to incorporate how this data is collected on outreach within the Homeless Management Information System, HMIS. Our real goal is to track every single outreach encounter, the status of service connections that are made, and individuals' engagement with those services, acceptance, denial, and then why they accepted or denied those. We recognize that doing it at a camp level versus a person level loses that people move around. And it's really with the intentionality to allow us to be more responsive to the needs of the folks we're trying to serve, but also to be able to answer the real community questions that we're getting asked about what does it mean when you're engaging folks. In the meantime, while we're working to build up that robust effort in HMIS, we have been doing that at a camp level. So when there is a collaborative outreach that we've been involved in, targeting an encampment. So for example, we've had some transportation projects where there were camps and the folks needed to move. Our outreach teams are typically out for a few weeks ahead of that construction activity, and they are tracking individual contacts and service connections just in an Excel tracker. And this is how, for example, we've known when we had to do the construction at South Watt and Elder Creek, what the status was of people's willingness and ability to engage in services.
And Emily, while you're talking about the outreach in the unincorporated county, and I know we'll be talking about the outreach and engagement and behavioral health navigation supports in the city. And I know staffing is always a problem, and there's been obviously some changes in our navigator contract recently, and that's impacted things in the unincorporated area. But a conversation you and I have had about that is as we get more staffed up on the outreach staff in the unincorporated area, I think having a combination between navigators who can proactively go around to the camps, which are smaller and more spread out. Right. They tend to be in the unincorporated area, combined with locations for regular office hours as well. I think you have to have that combination. It can't be one or the other, really, to meet the needs in these spread out unincorporated areas.
Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate it. I think that as we build these staff back up, making sure we're having those conversations in the suburban areas of the county will be really important, so thank you for that. So just to finish up, while the department is in its infancy as a department, this is definitely not new work for the county, and we recognize the impact of homelessness, and we're dedicated to creating unique and collaborative responses. And the creation of the department is indicative, I think, of the county's commitment, and thank you for giving me the responsibility of that. And I think the city-county partnership agreement is one of the most tangible products of this commitment by the board. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Siobhan Katari, Deputy County Executive, and Mario Lara, Assistant City Manager, who are going to provide a bit more about the partnership agreement and some of the early outcomes.
And welcome to the City of Sacramento contingent here today. It's good to see you here in our chambers, Nick. Mario, of course.
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Mario Lara. I'm the Assistant City Manager for Public Safety. And with me, I brought Nick Galling, our Homeless Services Manager, and Ben Worrell, who is the supervisor in charge of our outreach team. Through the partnership agreement, the city and the county are working more collaboratively than ever in key areas that include outreach and engagement and the creation of additional shelter capacity to eliminate encampments. The delivery of social services is not a core function of the city organization. We all know this. And the partnership agreement is a key provision in meeting the obligations of Measure O. Measure O is the Emergency Shelter and Enforcement Act of 2020, which was passed by the voters of the city, and it became effective in December of 2022. So outreach and engagement efforts are conducted 5 days a week by city department and community department staff, along with contracted workers. However, the partnership agreement has increased both the capacity and I would say the quality and the effectiveness of the outreach that is currently conducted within the city. The agreement, as you know, calls for 10 behavioral health workers to be funded by the county, and currently we have 8 of those staff on board and 2 are in active recruitment. The agreement also calls for 15 engagement workers to be funded by the managed care plans, and at the current status, the MOU between the county and the managed care providers have been executed, and hiring and training of those additional resources are going to be underway within the next couple of months. Just to give you some statistics as to what has been accomplished within the first few months of the partnership agreement, from January 1 through April 30th, there have been over 1,300 contacts made by the city-county partnership teams. There are 4 teams currently deployed. And these contacts led to over 800 engagements that have resulted in 44 people being placed in a shelter or a safety program, and over 400 people were contacted by behavioral health staff, leading to assessments and engagements that resulted in folks being admitted to outpatient programs, which is something that we were working towards with this partnership agreement. 193 people were connected to core outpatient clinic, and 50 people were connected to the full service partnership programs. The city and county staff, along with Sacramento Steps Forward and Sacramento Covered, collaborated on developing a shared HMIS information system that improves the collection of data, and that went live on May 10th. The goal is that this will lead to more efficient placement of individuals within available shelter programs through better data sharing and coordinated access, which I think Siobhan will touch on. Thank you.
Thank you. Siobhan Katari, Deputy County Executive. And Flo, I'm going to see if we can just show the overhead projector for just a moment. As Mario talked about some of the numbers, I just wanted to point out that we have shared with the board and the county executives, and we will be posting on both the county and the city's websites, I think as we're speaking or shortly hereafter. This report that we've produced is a 6-month report to the partnership agreement, and we have told the board and the city council that we will come back every 6 months and give a similar report. So Mario pointed out some of the things on the first page of this report that have to do with outreach to the encampments, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the second page of the report, and then I'm going to ask Lachelle Dozier from SHRA to come and talk about the affordable housing plan.
So, Siobhan, before you move forward, Supervisor Serna.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm looking at the first page here under summary of outreach activities, and I think as Mario just mentioned, it says total people placed in shelter and safe camping, 44. Are those 44 going into which shelters exactly? Is that Broadway X? Is that Miller Park? What is that?
That's the variety of shelters that we have. As part of the local homeless action plan, we've agreed to put our shelters into coordinated access. Not all of them are there yet. It's a process that's underway right now, but that's a variety of shelters across our system in the city and the county.
So that's scattered site?
Not our scattered sites yet.
Okay, and it's obviously not our safe stays because
Correct.
none of them are
They're not up and running yet.
Right. So I guess I'm trying to put a pin in, where do those 44, where are they geographically?
Yeah, so it could be a combination of Miller Park, it could be Meadowview, it could be the Mather campus, it could be any of those shelters that exist in our system.
Gotcha, all right.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Safe Stay communities. Under the partnership agreement, we have agreed to put up 2 Safe Stay communities or 200 beds by the end of 2023. So that was within 12 months of when the partnership agreement came into effect. And as you know, we have 2 that are in the works that should be able to take their first guests in the fall. And that includes both the Floor and Empower Inn as well as the East Parkway sites. And then within 36 months, we agreed to put up another 200 beds, and that will be at our Watt Avenue Safe Stay site. That is currently, we're in the process of planning for. County and city leadership are working with the state, and as you know, the governor announced that the state would help us put up 350 tiny homes within the community, and we are working with the state on sites for that as we speak. And then additionally, and Flo, I'm going to ask if we can go off of the projector and back to the PowerPoint. But additionally, we are working, as you know, we have 10 core behavioral health centers, and we have agreed through the partnership agreement to set up an 11th behavioral health core center in the city, and that is scheduled to be open this summer by Hope Cooperative, and it'll be located on Broadway.
So, Sean, can I interrupt you here?
Absolutely.
You know, on the shelters, I mean, that it should say it includes but is not limited to these, because there are other things that are being discussed and are in the works.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I guess I should just emphasize that the portion of this workshop that we're talking about right now,
Is
that
city,
Mario
county.
and I are really just part of the city-county partnership agreement. Other efforts are absolutely underway, and this is just one segment of a much larger picture.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I also wanted to just mention, as I talked about, is we have a partnership with our Continuum of Care partners, Sacramento Steps Forward, who is building out our coordinated access system. And we've had the coordinated access system for some time, but they've been building extra capacity in that system, and the city and the county have both invested in that. As I said, we're both invested in getting our shelter beds into the coordinated access system, and many of them are already in there, and some of them will be coming online this summer as they get in. And then any questions before I turn it over to the affordable housing plan? Okay, I'm going to ask Lachelle to come up for that.
Oops. That's okay.
Good afternoon, Lachelle.
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond, members of the board. Lachelle Dozier, the Executive Director of Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency. So I wanted to just give a brief overview and update in terms of where we are with the Affordable Housing Plan. As mentioned before, the Affordable Housing Plan is a component that came out of the partnership agreement between the city and county, which was executed on January 25th of 2023. So the goal of the Affordable Housing Plan is really to increase the permanent supportive housing production while also looking at rehousing efforts to get homeless off the streets. And I think Emily did an excellent job of really kind of laying out all of those parameters in her presentation. We're looking at not only just our getting production, but looking at our programs, our policies, and all the different components that will really increase our opportunity to have more exits out of the system into permanent housing. So the Affordable Housing Plan will also look at the estimated costs where applicable. We'll provide some type of recommendations on targets and new activities that will be presented before the city, the county, and working with SSF and SHRA. So to date, our internal stakeholders have been meeting. We've met several times. We've hired a consultant, ESA, which is worked with a lot of different affordable housing types of activities throughout the state. As a result of those internal meetings, we really need to move forward with getting more input from our external stakeholders. So in terms of the timeline, we're looking in June is to do a lot of outreach to our community stakeholders and come up with an outline of a draft of the affordable housing plan, because we feel it's very important that we really get input and we really hear from those people who are working out in the community as well as those who have lived experiences. Then in July, we will come before the governing boards with a draft so that we can get comments from both the city and the board in terms of the direction and finalization of the final product, which we hope to be back, as we say here, in late summer and early fall. It's a little bit later than what we originally anticipated, but we wanted to make sure that we provided ample time to have that community outreach and that engagement so that they can help inform the plan. So that's really where we are in the timeline for the affordable housing plan, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Lachelle. I don't see any supervisors queued up at this point, but please stick around.
Okay.
With that, I want to just acknowledge that in addition to the folks you heard from, our partners from SACSUBS Forward are here if you have questions for them. But notwithstanding any questions, I was going to pass this off to Liz Bellis, who's going to dive deeper into the Parkway.
Okay, and before we get to that, Supervisor Hume, did you have a comment or a question?
I do. No, and I'll save maybe the majority of my comments, or I don't know, I might go through them now. We'll see.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask kind of a crazy question here at the onset.
Great.
Have you mapped out a plan for how to unravel this department and dissolve it, and whether or not the employees would have to be Y-rated back into DHA or where else in the county they would go?
Wow.
I told you it was going to be a crazy question.
So I have not. I do know that during the movement of folks from departments, there were conversations with the labor side of DPS about what impacts would be, but I can follow up on that.
You don't need to do any
Okay.
follow-up. At this point, it's rhetorical.
Okay.
But the reason why I asked that question is that ought to be our mindset, right? This was created for a reason, not a season, for a very specific purpose. And so, in looking at your mission statement, that's a very great mission statement for how you're going to go about what you're doing, but it ought to start, in my estimation, with we will work ourselves out of a job, right? Like that ought to be the goal, is to get this to where we have actually made progress, because it's not just the perception of the public that things aren't happening. I mean, we see the literal manifestation of the flotsam and jetsam of humanity living on our streets right now, and that's not acceptable to any of us. And so that ought to be the sense of urgency with which you approach your job, because to go from 2017, a 250% increase, that's what those numbers are, 250% increase. Now, a lot of that, I will say this, when you look at cause and effect, supply and demand, in the early days of the pandemic, you remember there was lumber shortages, there was supply chain shortages, there were all these things. And if you look at our housing units that did not get produced, that should have been produced, that exacerbates the issue and causes that compaction that has now driven that affordability to where people who have no other causes that might find them to be homeless literally are hanging on by a thread just because housing has become so unaffordable. So that ought to be our number one priority, like county-wide, is how do we break loose more housing? What do we have to do? And if it's a fire sale, if it's whatever we need to do, we ought to be looking at how we do that. But the other thing that I'd like to say is when I look at your goals for year one, they fit very well with like graphics on an infographic thing, but those aren't real goals. Like the goals ought to be that if we, and I don't remember the numbers exactly off the slide. I have technology. I can look it up right here. So you had 1,500 people that you enacted with outreach through 176 encampments, and you had a 37 connection rate to housing. Well, how about if the goal is that we double that this year?
No,
How about the goal? You know what I mean? But I mean, let's put some tangible targets, some things we can measure, and we can go back and say, all right, well, we are doing better this year than we did last year. And then do we have an idea what our total bed capacity is for shelter sites, for transitional housing, for PSH? Do we know how many beds are available right now today?
Yes, let me say a comment about the goals, because I completely
Okay,
agree
great.
about the goals being measurable. So in addition to, so those are sort of within our department type goals. As a community, though, we have adopted 2 very tangible and measurable goals, which I think push against the boundaries you're asking us to. And they were a part of the LHAP adoption, which we're very much a part of. The first is that by the next point in time count, that we'll see a reduction in overall homelessness by 1,000 people.
Okay.
And the second one is to increase exits from the system as a whole, not just any one program, to 42% positive exits. And we're at about, I think, system-wide at about 32%. So those are things that as a system, we're holding ourselves accountable. And so certainly any project that falls under my purview, which is a part of that system, should be building to that system-wide. So I definitely appreciate and share that. And we can continue to lift those up as well as our sort of softer goals. Your question on the number of beds, yes. So every year, one of our requirements, we have to put together a housing inventory count. Again, this is system-wide. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I can get them to you. We are required by HUD to report number of shelter beds, number of transitional housing beds, number of permanent housing beds that are dedicated to folks experiencing homelessness. The last one is the one I always put an asterisk beside, because many, many folks exit the homeless system of care into a non-homeless unit. But yes, we do. I think the count of shelter beds in our community hovers around 28 to 3,000, depending on the season. Transitional beds have shifted a lot. And the permanent housing, I can't remember, it's a few thousand, but I can get you those for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, and where I'm going with that is whether or not, as a part of this coordinated access effort, we have an idea. What is our total capacity? What is the absorption rate in real time? What beds are available? Where are they, right? So that we can start thinking about, being efficient and effective in how we utilize our resources.
Yeah, and you're foreshadowing a lot of things. So actually, one of the things that the city explicitly, and I don't want to speak for them, is getting, I think, in part to do with Measure O, is a daily count of utilization rates. We're getting them as well. We don't have that tied to Measure O. So I just got one today. This is specifically about shelter, because that's the capacity that moves the quickest, right? Housing is permanent. And so we do get those counts, and I will say that we do have some unused capacity. It tends to be in our congregate large facilities. We tend to typically be at capacity for family shelters and non-congregate. And so part of the work, you're right, of coordinated access is to reduce that. So we're not sitting on beds empty, and I think we share that common goal. And once coordinated access is fully integrated, I think on a daily basis or weekly basis, we'll be able to see that as a community. But yes, you're right.
Great, thank you. That might be all. Final question for now, and then I'll save some other points for later. But in any of our efforts, whether it be the outreach teams or HEART or I won't say to HOT because I think they're trying to accomplish a different goal, but do we prioritize relative to vulnerability? Do we look at the populations and who we can scoop up maybe the easiest, or who really, particularly seniors, women, children?
Yeah, that's a great question. So yes, we do. A lot of the funding sources, especially those that are coming through the COC, require that you prioritize, especially for permanent supportive housing, based on vulnerability. So folks who have longer terms of homelessness, chronicity, behavioral health issues will get prioritized for the most part into dedicated permanent supportive housing. But the coordinated access system is also geared to do that part. So we have a shelter assessment that, when there's not enough room, we will prioritize, and it will be based on the things that you mentioned: vulnerability, age, length of time homeless, presenting with young children or pregnancy. So yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I know Supervisor Stern has a comment, but before you leave, I just want to piggyback on something on the coordinated access discussion. And you laid out, the number of shelter beds, but I know a challenge that you've had is there's an awful lot of capacity that's out there that are run by private organizations, other nonprofit organizations, that we're trying to get more willingness to be part of the coordinated access system. Can you discuss some of those efforts and some of those challenges, Emily, and how they impact our ability to make sure we're more efficient in terms of placing folks?
Yeah, I mean, in our community, our shelter system historically, and SSF can correct me on this, has had about 80% of the beds in coordinated entry. I think we are seeing more and more of the privately funded. If you're completely privately funded, you don't have to participate in these systems. But I am seeing more and more of our nonprofit partners stepping up because they see the benefits of this too. We do still have a few large gaps of larger programs who unlikely are to ever enter coordinated entry, but as we show the efficacy of it and show the impact of sort of working together, I'm really hoping some of them will come along. But right now, with the city and the county fully committed, at least on the shelter side, you'll probably have upwards of 80 to 90% of the beds in coordinated entry.
Okay. I just want to also make it clear that there are some of these nonprofit organizations that we work with, but there may be a number of reasons they don't want the government funding, or maybe they have a conditional program that is conditioned on sobriety, but it nonetheless serves people who are experiencing homelessness.
And just to be clear, conditioning your shelter beds would not exclude you from coordinated entry. One of the beauties about coordinated access is that it will allow for those things. So, for example, if you have a program that only serves women, we can scale out so that you're only getting women referrals. Similarly, if your program has programmatic requirements, it's a little bit more difficult. The mechanization of it is a little more difficult, but I don't think that in and of itself would exclude you. We are working as a community to develop or enhance standards across the system and wanting participation from a variety of organizations that do this. So, for example, having a set of shelter standards. What does it mean to provide shelter? It doesn't mean everybody has to look exactly the same way, but we have to adopt and embrace some commonalities. Same thing with outreach and case management. And so there's room at the table for shelters that are completely low barrier and for shelters that may have some other conditions. It should not exclude you from participation.
Okay, that's great. I actually did not know that, and I think there are some providers that may not be fully educated about that as well. So that's good to know. Thank you. All right, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I'm really interested to hear what Liz has to contribute here about the intersectionality of our regional park system and our overall efforts to enhance our service delivery for the unhoused. But I feel it's the right point in the presentation to ask the question broadly, and I don't know if it's best directed at you, Emily, or you, Ann, or you, Siobhan, but what is the plan, if there is one, to manage public expectation and public perception? Because one of the potential pitfalls I feel, quite frankly, kind of nervous about is that we'll continue to budget greater, we'll continue to expand services, we'll continue to look, under every cushion to figure out how to shelter and provide wraparound services even more so. But I think it's human nature, I think we all understand this, that public perception oftentimes is as simple as someone's daily windshield survey of the world as they go to and from work, as they drive up and down JA and I Street. And if they don't see progress, but we know the data tells us that progress might be happening, maybe a great amount of progress is happening behind the scenes, and it doesn't get the kind of media attention because it's not the soundbite that's going to make the 5 o'clock news or the image that makes the 11 o'clock news. How do we kind of get this ever-growing complex response to this challenge in the minds and hearts of the people we serve, the people that digest the media on a daily, if not hourly basis? Because I think that's absolutely critical. Otherwise, the conclusion is going to be made by Sacramento County residents that we're sitting on our hands, and that hasn't been the case. We all know that. It's inside baseball for the most part here, but that's an extremely frustrating part of this complex subject. So is there a plan to manage public expectations and perceptions?
Did you want me? I'm happy. Yeah, no, I'm happy to answer it. So I know that we have been working to really reach out to our partners, have more conversations, and ensure that we're putting it on everyone's radar, the plans that we have, the directions we're going in. I also recognize exactly what you're saying, Supervisor Cerna, that from a media perspective, that doesn't seem to be enough. And one of the conversations we've had most recently, as you know, when we had some media attention to one of our programs, PRK, ramping down, we have decided that we do need to take a more proactive approach, and will be taking a more proactive approach. We have to highlight our successes. We have to demonstrate the successes our programs are having, as well as the outcomes, as Emily shared. What are those tangible outcomes that we are seeing?
And we have to act with urgency, to Supervisor Hume's point, act with urgency and really ensure that we're being proactive, not only in how we're communicating, but how quickly we're moving through things. So I appreciate the comment. We're also working, as you know, you have funded some branding. We're working to get some branding on our teams so that folks do realize when our teams are out there, city and county together, that we are working together and in the unincorporated areas. So I appreciate that, and we absolutely have this on our radar, and we'll be working diligently on a plan.
So the other thing I was going to, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I respect what you said and understand it. I don't want to come across as, again, being a increasingly frustrated curmudgeon here, but it seems to me that the historically small universe of media outlets that we've relied on, external to the County of Sacramento, to help us get the truth out about what we are doing, doesn't work for the most part. It falls flat oftentimes. And I think, as you cited, Siobhan, the PRK piece that was unfortunately riddled with convenient facts or mistruths, or basically trying to fulfill a narrative that they've already preconceived, at least when it came to the Sacramento Bee. I think we just need to build up our own ability to tell our story without having to rely on TV, rely on the Sacramento Bee, rely on other maybe smaller community papers, because it is such a complex subject. I don't feel comfortable at all, based just on the history of seeing what I've seen for the last 13 years, that your average reporter or editorial board is going to, understand what you're saying about, the complex mix of budgeting and service delivery, or, like I said, sometimes they already have their minds made up about, the great American novel that's written every day with a villain and a heroine. So, I think what we need to do is really enhance our ability to do that internally and use our own outlets to tell that story.
If I can add, Supervisor Cerna, thank you, and I totally agree with you. And that is the reason why we did the Project Room Key rebuttal, if you will, and posted that online for others to see. And we've not really done that quite as assertively as we did this time, and we will certainly be doing more and more of that. As you know, we met with the Bee editorial board many months ago.
And more than once.
And as we shared the positive things that we are doing, that doesn't make print, so we need to do more of that on our own.
Great, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Hello, Liz.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Desmond, members of the board. Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. I'd also like to acknowledge that my Chief Ranger, Leonard Orman, is here in the audience as well. Thank you for being here. So before you here is the mission of our Regional Parks Department, and I wanted to throw that up there so people could see for context what it is that Regional Parks is tasked with doing and what we are charged with providing for the community. But two of our main mission points do intersect with the Department of Homelessness and Services and Housing. Sorry, that looks like dish to me every time I see it. So that's what goes through my brain. DHSH. Those are acquiring, managing, and protecting park and open space lands, and providing stewardship and protection of Sacramento County's regional park system through partnerships, planning, and community involvement. And for the context, for those of you that are in the audience and also maybe listening along at home, I want to speak to the American River and Dry Creek Parkways. The American River Parkway is an open space greenbelt. It's from Folsom Dam to the confluence of the Sacramento River. And then also the Dry Creek Parkway is about 6 miles of open space and riparian corridor, starting at the Sacramento-Placer County line, extending to the two forks of the Dry Creek Parkway, or the Dry Creek, through the Sacramento city limits at Ascot Lane, and it also incorporates some of our unincorporated communities, and both of these are part of the American River watershed. As you know, the purposes of the parkways are that they are unique regional assets. They provide multi-purpose benefits to the residents of Sacramento County, including flood control, conveyance infrastructure, drinking water, open space and wildlife habitat, recreational opportunities. And one thing that I would really like to emphasize is the fact that these parkways are the closest regional parks that serve nearby disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities, and they are the major recreational outlets for these communities and thus should be very much protected. Because of these reasons that I just mentioned, as well as others, that your board enacted the Parkways Ordinance that is listed here. But what I'd really like to get into is what our roles and responsibilities are related to the encampment response. So we have our ranger staff that enforce our ordinances to provide safe facilities for park visitors and to protect natural resources, provide information and education to the public, and coordinate with DHSH for outreach and services. Our maintenance staff maintain our regional parks to provide clean, safe, and functional parks, and through consistent maintenance, reduce the risk of fires, floods, and other natural disasters. And of course, what does DHSH do with us? They are providing the connections to services through behavioral health, APS, benefits, and et cetera. To accomplish these roles and responsibilities, we have a Parkway Resources team. This is comprised of 3 sergeants, 12 rangers, 2 senior park maintenance workers, 4 park maintenance worker 2s, and 4 park maintenance worker 1 positions, as well as extra help, with the focus of cleaning up encampment impacts to the parkways. Currently, we have 3 vacancies on this team that we're working to fill, but other than that, we are fully staffed. So here are some statistics for you from January through April of 2023. We have 433 camps removed. Now, this is a mix of both active camps that were provided notices to vacate as well as abandoned camps. And we have removed 706.5 tons of trash and debris. This has been a particularly challenging year in that we experienced much more flooding and high water events than normal. We've had to close down park areas due to the flooding and public safety, and our staff worked many overtime hours to remove as much encampment trash and debris as possible before it entered into our waterways. However, by no means did we get it all, and staff, as well as some amazing volunteer organizations, have been working diligently to continue to clean up the parkways. This year, we're also facing some double challenges that don't normally overlap, and that is the fact that we have flooding parks still. In fact, we have certain park areas that are closed to flooding right now, and we have an explosion, no pun intended, of fire fuels, grasses, weeds, et cetera, that put our system at risk for catastrophic fire events. But thanks to the support of your board, we have our enhanced fire crews and grazing programs well underway to try and tackle that before it becomes a huge problem. For context, through April of 2022, we had 481 camps removed and only 345 tons of trash and debris removed. So you can see that there was a much of a big jump of the trash and debris that was removed this year. The other statistics that I wanted to provide for you are related to enforcement around encampments in the regional park system. And I would like to take this time to recognize the work of our rangers in our parks. So this is related to felony arrests. I'm not going to read this all to you, so I'll just leave this here for a moment.
Mr. Chair, questions on the second row there. Possession of controlled substance, 15 felony arrests. And maybe our ranger chief could answer the question, but I suspect that those 15 arrests would have been in some manner arrest because the possession was of some extraordinary amount because of Prop 47?
I will allow him to answer that.
Okay.
So without going back and going through those, my suspicion would be that those are arrests of people that are convicted sex offenders. So any possession of any amount is a felony for them.
Ah, okay. So it's cross-checked against the 290
Yes.
Status, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But can I ask, could it also be possession with the intent to sell or for
That's a
sale?
separate one then.
Yeah, it's actually at the bottom there.
Oh, got it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Disregard.
And then the second, or the next slide is misdemeanors. And I wanted to just highlight the litter below high water mark. That is something that we are diligently enforcing. With that, did you have any questions? If not, I will turn it over to Sergeant Tiffany Vettel and the Sacramento Hot Team.
I don't see any supervisors in the queue, so thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for having us and letting us be a part of this workshop and conversation today. I'm Sergeant Tiffany Vettel. I am the supervisor for the homeless outreach team for the Sheriff's Office. I've been recently assigned to the unit, and I was requested to give you a brief introduction of what the HOT team is and what we do. So the homeless outreach team is the Sheriff's Office response to the growing issue of homelessness in the county. Currently, we have 8 deputy sheriffs assigned to the homeless outreach team. 3 of those deputies are assigned to the North Division, 3 assigned to the Central Division. I have 1 deputy assigned to the Work Release Division who supervises the inmate work crews, which help us with cleanup. I have 1 on-call deputy who's responsible solely for our outreach, resources, and education. I have 1 crime and intel analyst who assists us. I have myself, 1 sheriff sergeant who's assigned to the countywide unit supervisor, and I have 1 sheriff's lieutenant as an additional duty while she's assigned to the operations command for North Division. I got word last week that North Division will be giving us 2 more deputies to assign to our team, so that is good news for us. We have 995 square miles of the unincorporated county that we are responsible for. So when I say that we have 10 deputies, that's for everything in the unincorporated area. So we'll go back. So the 3 deputies are currently assigned to the North Division. They cover Antelope, Arcade Creek, Carmichael, Alverta, Fair Oaks, Foothill Farms, McClellan, North Highlands, Rio Linda, and Orangevale. The 3 Central Division deputies handle the unincorporated area of South Sacramento, the Delta, Galt, as well as Rancho Marietta, Harold, Wilton, Walnut Grove, and the city of Ileton. They're also responsible for the east area, which is Rosemont, Gold River, Lincoln Village, Mather, and Butterfield, Riviera East. All of the members on the team receive crisis intervention training, de-escalation training, and tactical communication training. Our unofficial HOT team mission here is crime prevention and community safety through high visible contacts, which include outreach, resources, and enforcement. We're here to address the criminal activity that's occurring in these encampments and the victimization of those in the encampments. This is accomplished through an emphasis on proving law enforcement's response and the community response to homelessness and connecting homeless individuals with support services. We accomplish this by working and coordinating with DHSH for additional outreach and services, and we are happy to announce that we have a new law enforcement liaison who has been promoted to the assistant director. We've had a great working relationship so far as we're both learning our new positions. We like to provide information and education to the public through field contacts, whether we're waved down for calls for service or through community meetings that we attend. I think the main obligation of our team is to keep the community safe. Whether you're housed or unhoused, we want to make sure that everybody is safe. How do we accomplish our mission? We do this through ongoing personal contact between the HOT officers and homeless individuals who increase trust and make referrals to service providers. We're working on developing multi-agency partnerships to increase collaboration between law enforcement and service providers in order to assist the homeless in becoming self-sufficient. We are building the relationships with and working with local outreach organizations who help coordinate medical and mental health services, housing, employment for homeless individuals, and obviously DHSH. Through enforcement of laws and violation is another task that we take care of. Our main goal is to address criminal activity. The goal is to help form and foster partnerships within the community and agencies to provide the assistance to the individuals that are experiencing homelessness. And we kind of did a little thing about our 3 E's. So the 3 things that we want to focus on is our education of the homeless individuals on what services are available to them through DHSH and through the local continuum of care. We want to encourage them and continue to encourage them upon every contact that we have with them to build rapport and to accept the services and make a change in their situation. And thirdly, we'll take enforcement action when education and encouragement have failed or the situation dictates immediate action, such as criminal activity is occurring in the encampment. In the field, the homeless outreach team members are responsible for 6 main duties. Respond to community complaints regarding homeless issues received by phone, email, or in person. We respond to homeless issues forwarded to us from our patrol units. We conduct proactive patrols to identify homeless individuals in encampments and engagement of homeless individuals to provide the resources, outreach information, and services that they may not know about. Another goal or another responsibility is we assess locations, we post the encampments, and we're responsible for cleaning the encampments in conjunction with our work project, forensic clean, and waste management. And lastly, respond to homeless-related calls for service when available in order to reduce the workload for patrol units. We just did a brief little 4-month activity with some basic stats. So from January to April, patrol in general had 16,518 calls for service that were related to trespassing, transient, unhoused subjects. We had 156 camps cleaned. 1,219 sites were visited, which may not have been open camps, they could have been closed camps, but we responded to make sure everyone was okay and if the area was cleared. We had 112 misdemeanors arrests and 43 felony arrests, 369 citations, 75 vehicles were towed, and we responded to 3,117 emails and voicemails of complaints that we received through the HOT team. 491 shopping carts were recovered, and over 7,000 hypodermic syringes were recovered through forensic clean. Some of the hazards that we come across when in the field are both biological and physical environmental hazards. Some can include human waste and feces, needles, aggressive dogs, unsteady terrain, and narcotics. And I just put in some before and after pictures of some areas that we were tasked with. On the after picture, the graffiti and everything was removed from that location as well. And you can see Waste Management's claw truck that assists us in our cleanups. Here's some other before and after pictures. This is a creek in South Sacramento. It's kind of hard to see in the upper right photo or the lower left or lower right photo, sorry. There was a lot of garbage and debris that was in the creek that Department of Water Resources and Stormwater were able to get out of there, so we can make sure that that is all cleared. And here's after photos. This is another location in our District 1 area. This location, we had over 1,587 syringes were removed just from this location. This backs right up to a housing development. And this one here was another area that was located next to a creek. When you come out of this area, there is a preschool that was right next door. And this is a location that we go to in South Sacramento and help there. So 2023, from January to April of 2023, we have cleared over 200 tons, which is 400,000 pounds of garbage and refuse from problem areas. Like I said, we have a great working relationship with Waste Management and Forensic Clean. We're very lucky to have them assist us in our mission. Heavy duty tows is always a topic of conversation from January to October of 2022. This is the amount of money that was spent on heavy duty tows for our department. November, December, there was no funding left, so we didn't do anything there. And this is not just homeless related, this is heavy duty tows in general that our department deals with. So January 1st to April 2023, we've done 165, and we're coming up on running out of money for that effort. This is something I wanted to touch on. It's not, this is for those that are housed or unhoused. It's our chronic offender rehabilitation effort. So this was something that was started before COVID happened, but with COVID and the health order, everything was somewhat of a hands-off approach. So this is something that we have. It's the core program, which was developed between the sheriff's office and the district attorney's office to address chronic offenders who negatively impact the community. So the program allows for the subjects to receive intensive treatment in lieu of incarceration. So if you are eligible for this program, you have, and you want to participate in the program, you have to have been cited, arrested, or have a warrant for 10 or more of those issues in a 12-month period. So it goes back 12 months. You're able to count those. On the 11th one, we're able to take them and hold them in custody until they're arraigned. So we had a subject today who was one of the first ones that we were able to transport since I've been on the team. His sentence with these are 180 days in custody at the county jail, or else he agreed to 90 days of residential treatment. So he agreed to treatment, and we dropped him off this morning. If for some reason he doesn't complete his treatment, a warrant will be issued, and we'll take him into custody where he'll have to serve as 180 days. So the hope of this is to find, help people with the root cause of their problem. Why do they keep recommitting and causing issues, in the community or to themselves or to, any of the businesses. So our goal is to help them make good choices. We would love for everybody to go to, either a behavioral health treatment or to, if it's narcotics or alcohol treatment. And so when they do get out, that they are able to take care of themselves, not make the same decisions again, and then be a productive member of society. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Sergeant Vettel. And I think it's important to note with that core program that's being done in cooperation and coordination with Public Defender's Office, the courts, obviously the DA's office, and it is focused on treatment. And some of these folks, we don't have nearly the participation in drug courts that we used to have, but this helps leverage some folks to get into these treatment programs, and that's the number one focus of it. So I appreciate you mentioning that. I think, first of all, my first question is, when did this board start funding the HOT team? Do you know when that was off the top of your head?
I don't recall, but it has been quite a long time.
It certainly preceded the tenure of two of the members on the.
Is this my first Dean of the Board moment?
It is. Oh, yes, it is, actually. Let's turn to the elder member of the board.
I want to say that it was developed somewhere between 2010 and 13, maybe.
Okay. And I thank you. And I think I think the HOT team, I'm very committed to it, to certainly continuing the funding, and appreciate the work of the Sheriff's Department. I think a lot of these resources, the HOT resources, were diverted for other purposes over the last couple of years, so I certainly appreciate the sheriff and under sheriff working hard to staff the team back up. And I think Supervisor Cerna participated with me at a community meeting. What was that, last year, towards the end of last year? And it was a meeting attended by almost 400 people shortly after a neighbor friend of mine was actually murdered by somebody who had been experiencing homelessness. And the community was obviously very concerned about this and concerned about the approach. And Supervisor Cerna actually brought it up. And I've used this several times and plagiarized you, but I always give you attribution, is that, we have dual responsibilities here. We have our first and foremost responsibility as the county is to help people in need, right? To get people, whether you're in need of housing or treatment for substance abuse or mental illness, get you that help you need. But we also have a very important obligation to make sure our communities are safe and are places where people want to live. And I think the HOT team and our support for the HOT team is a recognition or an effort to try to strike that right balance. And the other thing, I know Sergeant Vettel, you and I have had conversations, and I've had conversations with several of the other sheriff's high-ranking staff who threw you to the wolves today instead of coming up to the podium themselves. But it takes a lot a lot of work to build the relationships between the HOT team and our service providers at the county to make sure we're maximizing our effectiveness in number one priority, getting people into services, and closely followed by priority to keep our communities safe. And so I'm really committed to helping create and nurture those relationships along with you. You know, I was just at a meeting the other day for Carmichael Hart. They did a little awards ceremony, and one of their new board members at Carmichael Hart was, I talked to her for a long time. She had been homeless in Carmichael for 6 years, and she had been living at that Holes Apple property on Manzanita and Whiting over there. It's just been a vacant lot forever. So for 6 years, and our navigator at the time, actually Scott Young, who's a very good friend of mine, he now oversees the SAT-covered navigation contract. They had been working with her for years, but also in very close collaboration and conjunction with the HOT team. And one of the HOT team members in your photo, Jim Knack, who she said, you know, every time I encountered him, he was there to help me. He was someone I could go to, and I'd give him a hug, and he was never someone who took a heavy-handed approach in terms of enforcement. Obviously, there's a time and a place for that. But to me, that really epitomized, I think, the goal that we're striving for with the HOT team working in collaboration and coordination with our staff. So I appreciate your efforts, Sergeant Vettel and Siobhan and Emily. I know that your folks have started meeting regularly with Sergeant Vettel to rebuild those relationships and really maximize how we can work best when we work together. Because, you know, the unincorporated county it's a different environment than these really concentrated areas in the city, and so we have to have a different approach there. So just thank you for the presentation today. And there's a couple supervisors here in the queue. Supervisor Frost.
Well, I just wanted to add to that. I really wanted to thank the Sheriff's HOT team for all the help that you've given me during my community meetings. There's been kind of a growing tension in the community, and your efforts to communicate and be a liaison and answer questions and basically tell them that there's way more going on than you may realize, and there's a whole lot that you cover. I don't know how you do that with so few people, but it's really appreciated. It's helpful, and I think the Sheriff HOT team is a vital part of the whole homeless picture, because you're out there, you're carrying, and you know you're protecting and serving. So I just wanted to thank you for all your help this last month.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your presentation, Sergeant, and just wanted to get a sense from you. I think I know the answer, but I think we need to hear it. But when a HOT team approaches an encampment, it's not always to roust or to otherwise make life difficult for someone or a group of people that are already in a very difficult situation. I would imagine that there are many instances where the HOT teams are deployed to protect the people that are unhoused, that are living out in the elements, and that may actually sometimes be the case where the call for that particular service may have originated from an encampment. But I mean, can you speak to that in terms of how that kind of dual role that the HOT team plays is both protecting the broader community, but also looking after the welfare of the people that are unhoused?
Yeah, and I explained that a little bit in one of the slides, how it's not just about the criminal activity. I mean, that's a large component of it, but it's also the victimization that's happening within those encampments to those that are living there. So in coming in contact with people that are living in the encampments, I mean, they're victims to crimes that go unreported, sexual assaults. I mean, I could go on about the things that are happening to them. And so some of them go unreported, but when we make contact with them, we take the report form and make sure that they're taken care of. We've come across numerous females and males who have been assaulted, who haven't, you know, it's been a few days after, they never called, they didn't get medical treatment, so then we'll take a report at that time, and then we'll obviously get them medical care too, and make sure that they're taken care of. We always, before we do any posting or cleaning, we always offer resources. and just make sure that they're aware of everything that's out there so we can, I mean, it'd be great, like Supervisor Hume said, if Emily and I were out of jobs, that'd be great, because that means there's no criminal activity happening, and then, you know, all the unhoused are off the streets and doing something else, so that would be great.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. I think it's an important point to stress about maybe dispelling some of the myth about what the hot team is and what it's not. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Okay, no other supervisors in the queue. Thank you, Sergeant Bettel.
Thank you.
Okay. Look at Emily or Siobhan. Who's next? Is that it?
That actually concludes our presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you. Then I'll look to no supervisors in the queue, so we'll turn to public comment.
Okay, so our first in person is Mackenzie.
For every one person exited from homelessness, 3 more enter it in Sacramento County. Good afternoon, board and county staff, and those who are listening. My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and I'm an organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento and the Sacramento Tenants Union. I come not to knock the efforts updated in the presentation, but I do want to put into perspective the amount of work that can get done between the county and this community. How many times this community has told you about living a paycheck away from homelessness, about rising rents, the rise in food and cost of living, from not having accessible or affordable mental health or substance use programs, things like workforce development and even childcare or after-school programs so people can go to work, even though jobs are coercive in a world that requires you to do so if you want to survive and not be criminalized. It means that we could be further along in what we have already done. Now that we can name that together, we don't have that. Now that we can name together that we don't have enough housing or programs to support our basic needs, I hope that we can understand that these are the things that are not only keep people unhoused and make it hard to leave homelessness, but they are the very thing that we've been coming here saying for years, and these are the only ways to stop it. We were saying this before these words were on the screen today. And so then I really do hope that this community can be finally seen as the experts that they are, and that it looks like us working closer together and getting closer to the radical investment into our basic needs that we've been asking for years. Shout out to the upcoming budget conversation and the upcoming voting season. I'm into what was on these slides and want to speak on sweeps. They're a part of what keeps people unhoused, and it makes it hard to leave homelessness, on top of being a horrific and a torturous act that leads to the literal death of people living outside. Speaking of the Parkway, people on the Parkway have been swept 5 times in the last month, 4 times by rangers, and because they had to move across the street with nowhere to go, they were swept by Sac PD today. So 5 times this month, disabled folks in need of compassion were threatened with arrest, had their medications, tents, and survival supplies taken, and y'all burn bridges of trust and cause people trauma, all while they have to move from place to place in these high heats. I am almost done. They were not given housing or access to any of this stuff. And since it's budget season, I think I want to know where the cost analysis on the policies that are upheld by rangers, hot teams, cops,
Mackenzie.
courts, and cages, how much we spend on that, because it wouldn't be shocking if we spent $50 million just on the sweeps alone. You've been told what causes homelessness. You know how to end it. Invest in us.
Thank you.
And next is Shireen Miles.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm here representing Sacramento area congregations together, and as you know, we have been broken recording the importance of a coordinated plan for our whole community. And so with that, we commend our community for beginning that process. We see we are very encouraged by the collaboration between the city, the county, and all of the other entities. But there are some glaring omissions. We are going to be meeting with SFF next week to talk about some of our concerns and provide feedback. We have done so in written form already. But some of these omissions are obvious. One, we know that law enforcement is involved, but they are not a part of the local homeless action plan. They are not spelled out in that. The role of law enforcement is crucial, and we need to be much more creative about it. The HOT team is one example of something that can be a positive tool, but as Mackenzie has said, we're on the ground, we hear about the sweeps. The potential of the sweeps can undermine everything that the city and county are doing, because if you're building a relationship with someone and suddenly they're not even there, then that is a big problem. We need to be much more creative. We need to have better coordination with law enforcement. The rangers, the city police, the county police, the county sheriff's department. Two other areas that we have spelled out is the education system is not connected to the LHAP, and that's something we need to think about, the role of the County Office of Education and the various school districts in helping to not only prevent homelessness and early intervention, but also to provide training for those that are potentially re-entering the workforce. I've initiated an initial outreach to the County Office of Ed, and we hope to follow up on it. And then the last one is I just want to reinforce what Supervisor Cerna said about public education, because we know that NIMBYism can undermine everything we're trying to do. One of our members has suggested that the county undertake some kind of a public education program, such as the destigmatization campaign that was undertaken related to mental health. Because if we begin to understand our successes, we begin to have a little bit more empathy for persons who there by the grace of God go us, and are struggling, I think perhaps we can bring more people on board to be supportive of the crucial efforts that need to take place.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Shireen. Emily, can you comment on the LHAP, our local homelessness action plan? Where do the school districts and SCOE fit into that?
Yeah, no,
Or their role fit into our
I think it's
LHAP?
a great question. Certainly, I think that, there's the 6 main strategies that we're all familiar with. We are currently working in partnership with SSF to build out the implementation plan. And so I think within that, you will see some more concrete things that include partnerships such as with school districts and others. I also think I've heard Lisa, since she's not here, but if anybody from SSF wants to, this is a living, breathing document. So, we started with these 6 main priority areas, building out the strategies, but there's always room for growth and improvement. So I know that ACT has been very vocal about it, and so I think that first of all, this is a living document, but secondly, as we build out the implementation strategies, you will start to see some of those things that appear to be maybe not deeply enough represented in the big strategies.
Okay, great. I appreciate that, because I do agree with SAC-ACT's. I mean, there's so much involvement with the school districts, and I know there's already a lot of work going on. We want to make sure we highlight it and build on it. And the other thing I really wanted to highlight in terms of SAC-ACT, and I wrote a note to myself and I forgot to mention it, is the landscape. Would you call it a landscape evaluation with the faith community?
I call it landscape analysis.
And landscape analysis with the faith community to identify what's going on now, what's working, how the county can support it. I mean, I think there's an awful lot more we can be doing with the faith community to support your efforts there. So,
and to give credit to SAC-ACT, it's actually their person who is really leading the charge. So thank you, Hazel, I believe is her name, and so she's working really close with my staff to reach out and make the connection. So it's really a shared product. It's not the county product.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Okay,
And then our final in person is Mary, and then we have a few on the phone. Would you like me to close the queue on the phone?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, supervisors and everybody else here. Thank you so much for listening to me. And now I have, after I went on yet another cleanup on the Lower American River Parkway, I've actually worked with two of my two supervisors up there. It was Rich Desmond was the second one, Phil Cerna many times, many years in the Wood Lake area, I remember particularly. But you might not remember me because it was such a large cleanup. There were so many people responding, and I went down to the site where the people with young children were not directed toward. I think you might have gone with the people with young children up toward the shanty or something like that. I went down near the river because I like to take the stuff out that's closest to the river. But I wanted to
I hope you're not suggesting that I took the easy way out during the trash cleanup. Okay,
I thought more of your direct constituents. including possibly the parents of the children, and the children were going there, so I totally understood that. But I wanted to say I also understand about the press misrepresenting something. I've been working with the River City Waterway Alliance on a lot of cleanups, and particularly on Bannon Island. And whereas the press, particularly the Sacramento Bee, would have you believe it was only senior women, nice acting, behaving senior women, non-threatening to everybody, who were living down on Bannon Island, what I found was this rifle cartridge that was scary in that it was described, and I found it right with the batteries, and so it was recently left there. And it was described as really popular with hunters because it has crazy precision. I'll quote the rest of it. Quote, "It's so popular with hunters, it's nearly ubiquitous," was their term. And it has a, quote, "great low recoil round for precision shooting at ridiculous distances," close quote. Really upset me. It was only about 150 to 300 yards from the very bank of the Sacramento River, and we had noticed, looking from behind the covering vegetation, what a great view we had of everybody going by on that river. So
Thank you.
that's my testimony.
Thank
you
Mary.
very much
Thanks,
for
Mary.
everything you're doing.
Good to see you.
Okay, we'll go to the phones.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you to transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
The way local schools play into the plan is you utilizing them to harm unhoused people. To infer that being unhoused is an inherently criminal act in and of itself, and thus why they can't be near schools. To show kids how you plan to treat them should they experience tragedy and not have a support system. Now for my actual comment. Stop sweeping. Stop sweeping. Sweeping does nothing to help those you claim to want to help. All it does is create distrust among those you virtue signal wanting to help when in reality you couldn't give a shit. You need to stop harassing them now by stopping sweeps, stopping the harm perpetuated by officers steeped in a capitalism-based hatred of the poor. You likely feel the same way about the poor. Hating the poor is racist. Hating the poor is homophobic. Hating the poor is ableist. Because all of these groups are overrepresented among those experiencing homelessness. When you make anti-environmental justice decisions by woke signaling to environmental concerns by harming the poor, you're showing your whole ass. The poor are who environmental justice is about. It's about marginalized and historically harmed communities, not about the environment over people, but people and the harm done to them in service of corporations. And you lie when you claim to care about unhoused folks' safety. You decry floods and fires and then don't provide them with help moving before floods come, before increased dam releases come. And you don't provide fire extinguishers, literally the easiest way to mitigate harm until you build them housing. So the next time you hear of a sweep, know there was a gay or trans kid that has a high chance of being a part of that group. A kid kicked out by their parents, left to fend for themselves on the street because our services for people with tenuous existence is laughable at best and positively imaginary for those experiencing homelessness. You're the one harming that LGBTQ kid who has been kicked out of his house. Build housing now, housing first, provide services in the interim, and leave them the fuck alone. No sweeps. All you do is harm the most marginalized among us by sweeping them and making their existences even more tenuous. You are hurting them. You are causing lasting psychological damage. You are the reason for their substance abuse.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes, you are the reason for their sexual assaults. You are the reason for their deaths. You alone. And give Holly housing.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background, and then if you could start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I just did. My name's Nikki. Muted the meeting in the background. My name's Nikki. I'll say I don't usually, but I will say I'm a part of the Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee, Decarcerate Sacramento, and Mental Health for Sacramento. I say because I give a shit about this community and about what happens to people both housed, precariously housed, and living outside. I want to note that this presentation, and though I appreciate many parts of it, didn't outline an overall strategy. That's what we need. We need an overall strategy, a strategy that looks at all components, that measures in all factors, that thinks about reasonable outcomes as well as imaginative possibilities for real solutions. So I appreciate what has been said, but I'm going to say the gaps are too big still. The gaps are too big still. I'm going to talk about how disability rights is an issue here, especially when we talk about sweeps. So as we know, these sweeps are continuing. You all have advocated for these sweeps to continue. You all have paid hella money into these sweeps to continue. And what we know is that what it does is put people with disabilities at super disadvantaged capacity to continue to live their actual goddamn lives. And that's super fucked up. But it's not just that. It's that everyday people who are experiencing homelessness, thanks for whatever whoever that was, it puts them at also limited capacity to be able to move forward in their lives. It destabilizes them in many ways. And if we're really concerned about their flood and fire impact, we would do that in a strategic way. I think strategy is important. We would do that in a strategic way, and I'm happy to help with what strategy might be necessary to do that in a strategic way. I want to shout out the presentation.
Nikki, could you wrap up your comments, please?
Yeah, I can totally wrap up. I just want to say that I think we did a good job of explaining housing first and explaining, sort of where we're at in terms of the market.
Nikki,
3-1, it's bad.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks, Flo. Bye.
Okay, next caller, please. And I believe we have one more caller after this. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just going to name and shout out to the Department of Homeless Services for the work that you're building up to, and really just want to apologize for the callousness of some of our elected representatives who would rather see you defunded and or out of existence before actually getting a chance to even be included in the current budget. I mean, after all, that's the question. The question of, are you working yourselves out of a job should be asked of every law enforcement institution the county currently employs at a far higher budget than the 50 some odd million that you're about to get this year. Speaking of law enforcement, let's talk about the regional parks division and how much money actually goes exclusively to law enforcement, which by your fiscal year 21-22 dollars actually shows park rangers receive about approximately $20 million of the $29 million budgeted from the general fund for regional parks. And when it comes to non-general fund revenue, of the $38 million or some odd dollars that actually goes to things like maintenance and park construction or whatnot, $10 million of that goes to golf. Imagine if we divested $10 million from of the county's funds and put it actually towards homeless services. Imagine that. But, we don't actually talk about these things, and it's really disappointing that our elected supervisors really have no critical questions and to whine and moan about how they're being covered in their reputations in public media, and thinking about how can we create a county-funded rag propaganda piece in order to tell our story better. You could just tell your story by simply doing well and actually caring about the hundreds of people who are dying on your streets every single year, while you fund worthless teams like the HOT teams, which, according to this presentation, there are 8 HOT team members, three deputies.
Keon, you have a couple minutes, seconds. I'm sorry.
In the North Division and 13 areas in the Central Division.
Can you wrap up your comments?
Yes, I will wrap up my comments by just saying this, we should actually be asking serious critical questions, and especially around how can we fund this department better and not contribute more funding to providing shelter space and more funding to housing.
Thank you. Okay, next caller, please. This is your final call. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Mike Jaskey, also with Sacramento Area Congregations Together, along with my colleague Shireen Miles. I have 4 particular points. Ms. Halcon has frequently referred to the LHAP and the strategies and now the first year activities that have was the basis of an April meeting with several hundred people attending. Use that document to guide your budgeting decisions. The last major plan that the county developed under Cindy Kavanaugh went onto the shelf and didn't guide your budgeting at all. Secondly, I sent in a lengthy article from the Washington Post about the explosion of senior homelessness and their unique needs. That's an example of looking ahead. I didn't see anything in the presentations today about upcoming issues that are going to bedevil our whole homelessness situation. Supervisor Cerna provided a very interesting notion about the county reporting its successes in a way that can't seem to be accomplished through ordinary media. That's a good idea, but it should be an honest assessment of successes and failures. For example, in the two-page handout on the partnership agreement, why are the two safe stay communities that were approved, I believe last summer or fall, announced as not opening until October? That's yet another delay, probably about the third one that I've seen in print. Why is that happening? What has gone wrong with the original estimates? And finally, that kind of public education is utterly dependent upon there being a good tracking system to understand what we're trying to accomplish, whether we have accomplished it, whether we're accomplishing it on a delayed basis, or
Mr.
whether we're
Jaski, could you
failing.
please
And we
wrap up your comments?
I will, and therefore that is the basis for developing improved public understanding and confidence that we're all doing the right thing to help solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your public comments.
Okay, thank you. I bring it back to the board. I don't see any board members in the queue, and I don't know if our county exec had any closing comments.
I do, excuse me, I do, thank you. I just want to thank Emily, Siobhan, Liz, Sergeant from the HOT team, and I also want to thank Mario, Assistant City Manager, for being here to talk about the partnership agreement. And, you know, a shout out to both Howard and Mario for their partnership with us. And also want to thank you, all of the board, for the investments that you're making in addressing homelessness, but also for your sometimes unwilling patience, which I totally understand, because I know things are taking much longer than we ever wanted or anticipated, and we're getting close to getting some things over the finish line. So thank you.
Thank you, Ann. I appreciate that. I know you and staff have heard an earful from every one of us about the delay. It's maddening, and I do think this board has made some very good decisions and investments, and we want to see some of those start paying off. So, and thank you. I believe, so Siobhan, is it true you'll be heading to the city council meeting this evening? Okay, hopefully we'll have a large county contingent like the city has here today, because I do think that is, and I appreciate you thanking Mario and the city staff that are here, because it is indicative of I think the true cooperation and partnership that we're seeing now that we hadn't seen in a long time. So I appreciate that. And last closing thought with the Sheriff's Department. I know that, you know, the HOT team, the Sheriff's Department used to host that HOPE event, and I hope we can I will bend the ear of the sheriff and the undersheriff about maybe resurrecting that effort, because I think that's an incredibly important opportunity. With that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hume to give you the last word.
Ooh, that's a big responsibility.
Don't screw it up.
I'll try not to. I just wanted to make sure that Emily understood that despite the caller's misrepresentation, speaking of misrepresentations, I am in no way suggesting that we defund your department. It's just a mindset thing of, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And thank you, Emily, Siobhan, everybody's staff for the presentation today. Okay, no action required on this item, so we will go to, we already did our nominations. We'll go to item 76, our county exec comments.
I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Any comments from my fellow supervisors? Seeing none, that brings us to the end of the agenda, so I will adjourn the meeting at 4:49.